Good evening. The Planning Commission meeting of June 3, 2026 is called to order. The Planning Commission meeting is being broadcasted live on Glendale TV, viewable on Spectrum Cable, Channel 6, and AT&T Uverse, Channel 99. Meetings are also streamed live in high definition on the city's webpage, glendale.gov/live, on youtube.com/myglendale, and on Apple TV Roku and Amazon Fire devices using a free app called Cablecast and choosing Glendale TV from the menu. Meetings are also archived on the city website for viewing anytime at glendale.gov/agendas. For public comments and questions during the meeting, please call 818-937-8100. City staff will be submitting the questions and comments in real time to the appropriate person. Current Planning Commission agendas are available by visiting our website at www.glendaleca.gov. Roll call, please.
Commissioner Charakhchian,
Here.
Commissioner Malikian,
Present.
Commissioner Manassian,
Here.
Commissioner Nazarian,
Yes.
and Chair Fuentes.
Here. Reports regarding posting of agenda.
The agenda for the June 3rd, 2026 regular meeting of the Glendale Planning Commission was posted on May 28th, 2026 on the bulletin board outside City Hall.
Okay, I need a motion for approval of our Planning Commission minutes of May 20, 2026.
I'll make a motion.
I'll second.
Okay, roll call.
Commissioner Charakhchian,
Yes.
Commissioner Malikian,
Yes.
Commissioner Manassian, Commissioner Nazarian,
Yes.
and Chair Fuentes.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
I don't have any card for oral communication, so any board commission member comments? Comments? Nothing. Let's move on to item 6, old business.
Okay, so item 6 is 1137 Melrose Avenue, administrative exception case number PAE-005145-2025. This was an appeal of the planning hearing officer decision to deny an administrative exception to allow and maintain an existing unpermitted 6-foot tall fence and gate within the required 20-foot street front setback area in the R1250 high-density residential zone, described as Lot 83, exclusive of alley, Casa Verdugo Via Tract, APN 5636-010-088. This item was originally heard back in March, continued to our last meeting of May 20th. At that hearing, the commission made a motion to reverse the planning hearing officer's denial of the requested administrative exception and directed staff to draft findings for approval of that requested variance as well as conditions of approval. The case planner, Mr. Eric G., he prepared that. That's included as a motion with the staff report for your consideration. The applicant slash appellant, Mr. Navid Sarvian, he is here. He would like to speak on this item.
Okay. Do you have any questions of the staff? Okay. Applicant and owner, Navid Sarvian.
Good evening, Chair Fuentes and Commissioners. First, I would like to thank the Commission for reversing the planning hearing officer's denial and directing staff to prepare findings for approval. I appreciate the time, effort, and consideration that has gone into this matter, and I appreciate the Commission recognizing the unique circumstances of this property. I support the findings of approval before you. My concern is with several of the proposed conditions. Before discussing those conditions, I would like to briefly discuss the purpose of the administrative exception itself. I have spent considerable time reviewing the municipal code, the administrative exception provisions, the staff reports, the approval findings, and the conditions before the commission tonight. Slide 1. Glendale Municipal Code Section 30.44.01 states that the purpose of the administrative exception process is to provide a, quote, simplified means of granting limited relief from certain development standards and to, quote, reduce delay and cost to the applicant, the public, and the city. That purpose is important here. I specifically pursued an administrative exception because this is not a variance. This is not a subdivision. This is not a property line dispute. This is not a request for additional development rights. This seemed to be a point of confusion several times in the last hearing and has even commonly been referred to as a variance in these hearings. This administrative exception is for an existing 6-foot gate that has already been inspected prior to issuance of certificate of occupancy. Glendale Municipal Code Section 30.44.02 expressly allows an administrative exception for a maximum 20% deviation from a numerical standard. The approval findings before you acknowledge and accept the gate is located 16 feet and 1 inch from the property line, resulting in a 19.6% deviation, which remains within that 20% threshold. The findings further acknowledge and accept that strict compliance is infeasible because of the ADA lift, circulation requirements, stairway configuration, and security needs of the property. I fully agree with those findings. One aspect of the proposed conditions that concerns me is that they appear to go significantly beyond the discussion that occurred during the Commission's prior deliberations. My understanding from the Commission's discussion was that the remaining issues were limited to 2 things: verification of the gate height and verification of the gate location. In response to those concerns, I retained a licensed engineer and a CASP and submitted the requested documentation. I was therefore surprised to see a much broader list of now 8 conditions, including a license survey requirement, design review approval, mesh removal requirements, permit requirements, and several additional conditions that were not discussed as part of the Commission's deliberations. Respectfully, it appears that what began as a discussion about 2 remaining technical verification issues has expanded into a much larger set of requirements that substantially increase the cost, complexity, and duration of this process. Given the purpose of the administrative exception process as a simplified means of granting limited relief, I respectfully ask the Commission to remove the conditions, support the approval findings, and bring this matter to a final resolution tonight. My primary concern is condition number 1, requiring a licensed land survey. The city has already accepted the engineer and cast documents into the administrative record. Next slide, please. The June 3rd staff report specifically identifies Exhibit 7 as a, quote, survey of the fence and gate location prepared by an engineer, and identifies the cast memorandum as Exhibit 8. The Commission requested those documents, I provided them, and they were accepted by the city. More importantly, the approval findings before you repeatedly rely upon the engineer's measurements. His measurements are not casual evidence. He provided a professional document. He came out to the property 4 times to ensure his measurements were accurate and assured me that he would not have stamped the plans if he wasn't sure. The city's findings already rely upon the engineer's determination that the gate is 16 feet 1 inch from the property line. The city's findings rely upon the engineer's determination that the gate is 6 feet in height. The city's findings rely upon the engineer's determination that the deviation is under 20%. Respectfully, I am struggling to understand why the engineer's plan is sufficiently reliable to support approval, but not sufficiently reliable to satisfy the condition. Next slide, please. California Business and Professions Code Section 6735.5 provides that when a registered professional engineer certifies information, that certification constitutes a professional opinion regarding the facts and findings that are the subject of the certification. The engineer prepared as-built submitted to the city constitutes exactly that, a licensed professional certified opinion regarding the location, height, and dimensions of the gate. The city accepted that document into the administrative record, described it in the staff report as a survey of the fence and gate location prepared by an engineer, and relied upon the measurements contained within that document when drafting the approval findings before you tonight. Respectfully, if the engineer certified professional opinion is sufficiently reliable to support the findings of approval, I do not understand why it is not sufficiently reliable to satisfy the proposed condition. My second concern relates to design review. The gate existed during construction. The gate existed when design review final inspections occurred. It existed during final inspections, and it existed when the certificate of occupancy was issued. Importantly, the design of the gate itself has not changed. It is still the same approved design that shows on the plan. The issue before the commission has never been the gate's design, appearance, materials, or compatibility with the neighborhood. Inspectors who visited the site observed the gate in its current form and accepted the design as part of the completed project. The commission has now independently evaluated the gate's design, compatibility, visibility, neighborhood impact, security purpose, and accessibility considerations. Respectfully, I do not understand what additional design issue remains unresolved that requires a separate design review process years after occupancy. I respectfully request that the design review condition be removed. Next slide, please. My third concern relates to the mesh removal condition. The findings before you repeatedly recognize that this gate serves an important security purpose. The gate protects access to 6 residential units and the subterranean garage. Removing the mesh reduces privacy and security while providing little practical benefit. There are similar security gates with mesh in the surrounding neighborhood, including directly across the street. The photo in my PowerPoint was taken while standing on my property. Adding the mesh removal condition is arbitrary and inflicting undue extra hardship and cost. I respectfully request that the gate be permitted to remain in its current as-is configuration. Finally, I would like to address the permit condition. Throughout the prior hearing, there was repeated discussion of California Building Code Section 105.2, which exempts fences under 7 feet in height from building permit requirements. Based on my understanding from the last hearing, the city explained that a permit would only be required to remove the original gate from the current approved set of plans. If that is the case, I respectfully request that any building and safety requirements be tailored to that, rather than creating a new cycle of discretionary reviews, permits, surveys, and approvals for a gate that has now several times been clarified does not need a permit. In line with this, Chair Fuentes previously stated that she wanted this matter resolved and did not want the applicant sent endlessly back and forth between departments. To quote Chair Fuentes, from the first hearing, she said, "Let us, the Planning Commission, decide the final decision on the matter. I don't want him to go in circles between departments." I respectfully share that concern. I have now spent more than $20,000 addressing this matter. What concerns me is that after complying with every request made by the City Commission, the process appears to have expanded rather than narrowed. I responded to the 2 issues discussed during deliberations by obtaining credible, city-accepted documentation. Instead of moving towards finality, the proposed conditions now introduce 7 additional requirements that were never discussed by the commission. The $20,000 includes the original gate installation, paint, intercom system, city application fees, appeal fees, administrative exception fees, engineering costs, CAS cost, and participating in 3 planning commission hearings. And that is not including the $5,000 quote for a survey that the city itself acknowledged last hearing would be too expensive for them to take on, so they are trying to pass it off to me, the applicant. Throughout this process, I have acted in good faith. I relied on city guidance during construction. The gate remained in place throughout inspections. The project received its C of O. The commission has now reversed the denial and directed findings for approval. I am not seeking additional development rights. I am not seeking to expand the gate. I am not seeking special treatment. I am simply asking that an existing 6-foot gate remain in the only location that successfully secures the property while preserving accessibility requirements. For those reasons, I respectfully ask the commission to fully approve the administrative exception, remove the survey condition, remove the design review condition, remove the mesh condition, remove all other conditions, and finally bring this matter to a final conclusion tonight. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Okay, thank you. Questions from board members?
I'll go next, yeah, I'm not quite there yet.
I don't have any questions.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you so
very
much.
Would you like me to address anything related to the
Yes, I
condition?
will ask staff to,
So staff is recommending 8 conditions of approval. What I will say, just briefly, condition 3, condition 4, condition 5, condition 6, and condition 7, those are standard conditions of approval we place on all administrative exceptions, on variances, on conditional use permits. Those are standard
Standard
for
conditions.
any entitlement. Specifically, as it relates to number 1, requiring the land survey, the Planning Commission's direction at the last meeting was for staff to verify the setback distance and the height. Similar to what Commissioner Nazarian said, he is an engineer, but he can't certify the property line. Planning staff can't certify the property line, even if we went out there with measuring tape. The only way for us to verify that without a doubt is for the survey to be provided by a licensed land surveyor, stamped and signed. That is the only way we can comply with the Planning Commission's direction. Condition 2 and 8 specifically related to the mesh screening. I will say 8 appears to be repetitive of 2 and could probably be omitted since number 2 talks about maintaining the open style design. I did pull up the plans from the attachments to the staff report, and this appears to be the approved design, whereas this is what's been installed. And generally, from a design review perspective, you know, when there's fencing, there should be openness maintained, and we typically don't approve something more solid like this at the staff level as an exemption, and many projects that go to the DRB for this type of fencing would have similar design expectations, for lack of a better word, to maintain that openness. So that's why that is part of a condition. I will also say that part of an administrative exception and the findings includes design improvements, and if I'm not mistaken, Mr. G included some discussion regarding removal of the mesh as justification for the design improvement. And then relating the building permit condition of approval, that's standard language, but I also believe Ms. Gregorian, the principal building code specialist, she spoke to this towards the end of deliberation at the last meeting, and based off how this project was originally permitted, they would require this to be a modification or revision to that approved set of plans. That was the direction she gave us from building and safety staff. So we're following their lead. And then I believe that's it. I'm not sure if you have any other questions for me.
okay, thank you. Questions? Okay.
I just have one question for staff. If the mesh screening is under the purview of design review and one of the conditions is for this to go to design review for approval, what's the purpose of listing out the mesh requirement now and not just deferring to design review? Because that's not a planning commission, typically a planning commission item to deal with like the material of a facade.
Not necessarily. When we do AEs and make design findings, we have included very specific conditions. The fence on its own does require design review approval, but design review approval can mean many things. It can mean an exemption at the staff level, which means we have to be able to say it complies with our design guidelines, which includes fencing and fence design and that's where this comment regarding the mesh screening comes from. By conditioning it specifically, it ensures that for this to be a valid entitlement, this piece happens. And that's part of why that's worded the way it is. Does that answer?
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
I'll just go mention something that,
Yeah, let me just, no more questions from staff or, okay, so I'm gonna go ahead and close our public hearing discussion and we can deliberate on that. Go ahead.
sure. So I guess a little bit disappointed seeing this condition, especially number one. The point of last meeting and the discussion we had was for the applicant to coordinate and communicate with the staff to clarify and confirm this dimension, so it's not coming back to us. So we're not the judge of saying if it's 16 feet 1 inch or not. So I'm a little disappointed that this came back to us. I was hoping the applicant can clarify this with the staff. At this point, I don't actually know what we're going to do with this condition number one that still exists, but that's, the whole point of this was to resolve that between staff and applicant, so it doesn't come back here.
Yeah.
Can I comment on that?
No, wait one second. We, any comment on condition number one? That's a survey, right? Yeah. Because,
I'll take a slightly different approach. The way I interpreted our meeting was that he would go attain a survey, staff would not, remember, we discussed whether the cost burden would be on staff or the applicant. It was understood that the applicant would carry the cost burden. My interpretation was either it would be a condition or they would already prepare the survey and finalize it with staff prior to our meeting, so we wouldn't be approving it based on that requirement. But ultimately, the way I'm reading it is they just have to confirm it with staff via the survey after this approval to get the sign-off going forward.
yeah,
So
somebody remember.
Yeah, and so I don't personally have an issue with it as currently worded, just my 2 cents.
Okay. Commissioner Malikian?
I hate repeating myself, but I'll try to explain again. As my colleague here mentioned, and he's an engineer, I'm an architect, I've been practicing a very long time. I will never walk on a site and say, this is the boundaries. I would have to rely on a land surveyor. If this land surveying was done several years ago, he would have had no issues explaining and trying to justify the 20% administrative exception. By providing that, and we allow them by the continuation and provide that, not an engineer, it was very specific, a surveyor. The surveyor uses a very specific points throughout the city, the street, and landmarks that is given, and by that, they would be able to register and provide the boundaries of the property. Right now, on those plans that was given to us, there's like multiple different dimensions that was not really, it was not concurring with each other. So bringing an engineer with a different number than whatever the plans were showing, that made the whole argument worse.
Okay.
So I concur. I think the conditions stay.
Commissioner,
I just have a small note that I made. Our job as a commissioners is not to determine whether a perfect design exists, but whether the limited deviation creates a practical solution while maintaining the intent of the code. So whatever that our colleagues are saying, I just support it. Please.
you wanted to say something else?
I'm good. I'm good, actually.
You're good? This is tough. I think from the very beginning, we had the meeting, Commissioner Malikian and Commissioner Nazarian were asking about the survey, land surveyor. And then on the second, the last meeting we had, I don't know, somewhere I heard that whatever they have in the plans would be acceptable and, subject to confirmation or checking of building and safety department or whatever. But the only way, we could go, I think, is, and correct me, Miss Legal Department, we can approve everything the way it is with all the conditions, or we can send it back for them to discuss the,
I think we need to be clear. We're being asked to overturn staff's decision.
Correct.
Correct? In order for us to overturn staff's decision, we need the proper documentation approved to us.
Subject
They
to
need to prove
conditions.
to us that the documents that was presented to staff, same documents were presented to staff is presented to us.
right.
So how are we supposed to say the same document looks different or,
Yeah. And
so-
there hasn't been any change. The construction never moved. The fence is still in the same location. So I'm really, torn. It went through inspections. There were sign-offs. Was there a design review board sign-off on the,
So one thing I do want to make very clear about that, there's nothing in the documentation regarding inspections one way or another to as evidence that someone saw this fence specifically in this location and approved it.
The
There's
location
nothing in
that
the
it is.
record for the DRB inspection. Standard practice, both from building and safety as well as planning. I will speak to planning when we go out and do DRB inspections. When we observe changes to site planning, when we observe changes to fences, windows, roof material, colors, we require plan revisions to document these changes. I can't speak to what happened in 2020. I can just speak to what standard practice is and what documentation is available on record.
yes.
Can we at least simplify this if we're going to kick it back and just leave the number
I know.
one? Is that an option or not?
We can do that too. I think I said very clearly from the last meeting that I really appreciate the applicant trying his best to conform and follow the, conditions and requirements. But then we're getting into a brick wall again, so. Ms. Nukian.
Members of the Planning Commission, I would encourage you to keep all of the standard conditions. They are really necessary because if there are any, requirements from the other departments under the building code, we really would need that. And it's a ministerial process, a building code, a building permit is ministerial. So, and the rest of the conditions weren't an issue for the applicant. I believe the only one that was really an issue was, other than the standard conditions, was number 1. And I believe number 2. Now, staff did ask if you wanted to eliminate number 8 since it's repetitive of number 2. And then certainly you can modify number 1. And number 2 also, you can modify number 2, but
And just one thing I want to make clear also is if this is approved with conditions, these conditions are verified by staff and final permit issuance is dependent on compliance with these conditions. So they wouldn't be coming back here with
Yeah.
anything.
Let's go through the conditions and reward them or,
Sure. I was going to suggest to remove both 2 and 8, so it's not keep circling back, because that mesh condition, he removes the mesh, next thing is someone doesn't like something else about that gate. So I was trying to keep focus only on condition number 1 and all the other administrative ones. But the 2 and 8, to me, is additional condition just got added, and we promised him we're not going to do that.
So had this not been appealed, had this been approved by the planning hearing officer, because part of the findings have to do with design improvements, we have to say it complies with our design guidelines. I have to be able to justify that. That's included in the findings. That mesh screening is something the board typically does not approve on those types of pedestrian entry fences. That is part of why the wording is the way it is and so specific. this would happen on a similar project, not just this one were it to
Understood.
come forward. And if there is an issue with that and it's not worded, I think staff will end up in this back and forth with the applicant as well regarding that mesh screening. Now, if the owner wishes to move forward with something that does not meet our design guidelines, the only recourse is DRB, and we're trying to mitigate that by conditioning the design in order to
Well-
also make the findings.
We're going to finalize it today, so Commissioner Cratchit.
So I'm going to take a different approach. I'm okay with eliminating number 8, and I'm okay with keeping the other 7 exactly as is. I defer to staff and their coordination with the other departments on the mesh screening and on the other administrative approvals. And in my opinion, condition 1 aligns with what we decided last Planning Commission hearing, because the whole point of the land survey was to verify the measurements, because we had no other means of verifying those measurements. And I would remind the applicant that referring back to the prior data that was provided as a means to negotiate out of these conditions of approval is essentially reverting back to what was ultimately one of the causes for rejection by the planning hearing officer. So in our last meeting, we sympathized with your situation and ultimately moved to appeal and go in a different direction had staff find the information to back up that decision, and hence they provided these conditions of approval. So I would be willing to make a motion to approve 1 through 7 and eliminate 8 because it's redundant with number 2, and proceed forward. Just my opinion.
Okay.
I can second that.
Second, okay, well, we have a motion and a second. And any other
Thank you.
discussion? Roll call.
All right. Commissioner Tarakian?
Yes, with 8 removed.
Okay, I got that. Commissioner Manassian?
Yes.
Commissioner Malikian?
Yes.
Commissioner Nazarian?
Yes.
And Chair Fuentes?
Yes.
Okay,
Thank you.
thank you. And just 1 second while we shuffle for the next item.
Okay.
One thing I do want to add is this decision, today is the date of the decision. An appeal can be filed within 15 days using the city's online permit portal, www.glendaleca.gov/appeal.
Thank you.
The appellants in the appeal.
It's all up there, or not up there, but it's open. All the PowerPoint should be, and the PDF.
Oh, right here.
Yep.
Here and here.
Yep.
Got it. Thank you.
Okay.
If we're ready, I think, if we could read through the appeal procedure handout, please.
Let's go ahead and move on to new business, item 7A.
I apologize, I do need the appeal procedure handout to be read into the record. Sorry.
For the appeal? Okay, item 7A is an appeal. And let me just go quickly through the procedures for the appeal. Appeal hearings will be conducted in the following manner. Title of the matter before the commission shall be announced by the chair or staff. Staff will give a brief overview of the application and decision. The appellant or his/her representative will submit facts of statements relative to the appeal within a 15-minute time limit. And the 15-minute time limit includes the appellant's group, but not the individual neighbors. Where the appellant is not the applicant or his/her authorized representative will submit facts of statements within a 15-minute time limit, the same time limit with the appellant. The chair may request the planning hearing officer or director of community development to provide her rationale for the decision or ask other questions. Other individuals, if any, will speak within a 2-minute time limit at the discretion of the chair. This includes those that are present at the hearing and those that have called in to provide their comments. The applicant, if not the appellant, may present a rebuttal within a 5-minute time limit, or the chair may designate the time limit. Where the appellant is not the applicant may present a rebuttal within a 5-minute time limit, or the chair may designate the time limit. Rebuttals shall be limited to addressing only issues discussed earlier in the public hearing. After testimony from all speakers, the chair will close the public hearing. No further testimony will be taken unless specific questions are directed by the commissioners or unless the commission opens the public hearing. After deliberating, the commission will take one of 4 actions: find in favor of the appellant and reverse the decision of the planning hearing officer or director of community development, find in favor of the planning hearing officer or director of community development and sustain their decision, make no decision and remand the matter to the planning hearing officer or director of community development, and lastly, may continue the matter. The Planning Commission rules state that at a minimum, an affirmative vote of 3 members of the commission is needed to reverse, affirm, or modify the decision of the planning hearing officer or director of community development. In the event that the Planning Commission is unable to garner 3 votes for a motion or motions, the item will be continued to the next regular commission agenda without further public notice unless the Planning Commission continues the item to another meeting date. Under the provisions of the Glendale Municipal Code, Chapter 30.62, any person affected by or not satisfied with the decision has the right to file an appeal to the City Council if it is believed that the decision is in error or that procedural errors have occurred, or if there is substantial new evidence which could not have been reasonably presented. It is strongly advised that appeals be filed early during the appeal period and in person so that imperfections or incompleteness may be corrected before the appeal period expires. All appeals must be filed using the city's online permit portal, www.glendaleca8.gov/permits, within 15 days by 5 p.m. following the date of the decision with the prescribed fee. Okay, let's hear the case.
Okay, so this is 3411 through 3427 Foothill Boulevard, Density Bonus House Plan Case Number PDBP-005269-2025, and Appeal Case Number PAPP-006680-2026. This is an appeal of the Planning Hearing Officer decision to approve a density bonus housing plan to construct a new 5-story 209,330 square foot multifamily development that includes 87 residential units located at 3411 to 3427 Foothill Boulevard. The project will contain 9 residential units, affordable to very low-income households. The applicant is requesting 3 concessions or incentives to deviate from lot coverage, floor area ratio, and height standards, and 3 waivers to allow residential units on the first floor, lack of additional common open space and residential parking at and above grade. The existing automobile dealership located at the intersection of Foothill and New York Avenue, a 1-story commercial center located in the western portion of the site, and associated asphalt surface parking lot, will be demolished. The project site is 1.3 acres and located on the northwest corner of Foothill Boulevard and New York Avenue, and consists of 2 parcels located in the CH Commercial Hillside Zone. The project qualifies for reduced parking under the state density bonus law and Glendale Municipal Code Section 30.36.090. The project will provide a total of 151 parking spaces, and with that, I'll turn it over to the case planner, Mr. Kiesel.
Okay.
All right, thank you. Good evening, Planning Commission members. The application before you this evening is an appeal of density bonus housing plan case number 005269-2025 for a multifamily development located at 3411 through 3427 Foothill Boulevard. The subject site is highlighted in red and is located at the intersection of New York Avenue and Foothill Boulevard. Next couple slides are photos of the site. This photo is looking northeast to the site from Foothill Boulevard. This photo is looking north to the site across Foothill Boulevard. And then finally, looking southwest to the site, and the street that you see in the foreground is New York Avenue. This is a rendering of the project looking northeast. Foothill Boulevard is in the foreground. All right. As Mrs. Oddie alluded to, the project is a density bonus housing project. As I mentioned, it is located in the northeast or northwest corner, I should say, of Foothill in New York. The site is approximately 1.3 acres in size and up to 5 stories in height. There are a total of 87 residential units, 9 of which will be dedicated as affordable to very low-income households. Because this is a density bonus project, it qualifies for a parking reduction, which the city must grant. This project, with the parking reduction, requires 119 spaces. The project is providing 151 parking spaces, which exceeds the requirement. As a density bonus project, the applicant is able to request 3 concessions from development standards and is also requesting 3 waivers. The 3 concessions were for lot coverage, floor area ratio, and building height. I will mention the staff report referenced a lot coverage of 55% and a floor area ratio of 2.35. These were dated figures. The planning hearing officer approved the project with lot coverage of 61% and a floor area ratio of 2.49. The project has not changed, though. The 3 waivers were for residential parking location, residential unit location, and additional open space. The planning hearing officer held a public hearing regarding this density bonus project on March 18th of this year. On March 25th, 2026, the hearing officer approved the project with conditions, including the concessions and waivers. The applicant filed their appeal to this application on April 9th, 2026, and that is the subject of the hearing today. The density bonus housing plan is exempt from CEQA based on a relatively new statutory exemption created by AB 130. Much of the basis of the appeal is the applicant's contention that this project does not qualify for this exemption. So I wanted to more fully go over this exemption with you. AB 130 allows for certain qualifying infill housing projects to be statutorily exempt from CEQA, if they meet certain criteria, and those criteria are as follows. The project is no more than 20 acres. As I mentioned before, the project site is 1.3 acres. The second criteria, the project site is within an incorporated municipality or an urban area. The site is within the city limits of the city of Glendale. The project site is developed with or surrounded by urban uses. The site currently is developed with an auto dealership and retail center. The project is consistent with zoning in the general plan, and the project is consistent with both documents, and there's a caveat that allows deviations with regard to density bonus law. So that's where the concessions and waivers come in. The project is at least half the density to accommodate lower income households. So the default density on this site is 43 units per acre. Half the default density is 21.5 units per acre. The project density as proposed is 65 units per acre. The project will not demolish a historic structure. There is no historic structure on the site. The project will not be a hotel or bed and breakfast. The project is an 87-unit multifamily residential development. And then finally, the site satisfies SB 35 eligibility criteria, which includes areas are excluded from this if they are farmland, wetlands, conservation areas. They're excluded from this. And then if the site is in a coastal area, fire hazard zone, hazardous waste site, earthquake fault zone, or flood area, subject to certain standards. So this site is not designated farmland. The site is not designated wetlands, not designated for conservation. The site is not located in a coastal zone. It's not located in a very high fire hazard severity zone. It's not on a Cortez list or identified by the Department of Toxic Substances Control Board. The site is not delineated within an earthquake fault zone, and the site is not within a flood area. So,
Excuse me.
so the applicant cites a number of issues and concerns with the planning hearing officer's decision to approve the project with conditions. I'm going to summarize them in my presentation, but they're really more fully described in the staff report. The applicant believes that the project approval violates AB 747. This regulation requires preparation of a comprehensive evacuation capacity plan. AB 747 requires an agency to evaluate the resiliency of their transportation system, identify evacuation routes and their capacity, safety, and viability under a range of emergency scenarios, and identify key routes for community areas with only one access point. The City Council adopted the 2025 Safety Element Update in April of last year. As part of this document and consistent with the requirements of AB 747, Kittleson and Associates, which is a transportation engineering and planning consulting firm, prepared an evacuation analysis for the city. The appellant also expressed concern related to traffic congestion during an evacuation event and a single access for certain homes in the neighborhood. In the Kittleson and Associates analysis, it was identified that both in the 2021 base year as well as the 2040 future year, certain street segments in the vicinity of the project site were shown to be nearing capacity and overcapacity related to congestion locations. However, these capacity analyses are conservative, and they represent conditions without implementing certain common evacuation strategies, such as manual traffic control. Instead of a street light, you have a police officer or a fire officer directing traffic, or counterflow lanes, which means a two-way street becomes a one-way street and everybody goes the same direction. The safety element also identified multiple streets in the surrounding area designated as emergency response routes. The site in the surrounding area is not considered a single-access neighborhood, and both of those are in the safety element, which was an attachment to your report. And then a traffic study performed by Jana Bagdiklian and Associates determined that traffic generated by the development would actually be less than the present condition. So, and then finally, the city also has an emergency plan to address extraordinary emergency situations. And that was also an attachment to your staff report. So the applicant's second concern related to the project's presenting a specific adverse impact to public safety as a result of its location near a very high fire hazard severity zone and a ground shaking as a result of an earthquake. Specific adverse impact is defined in Government Code Section 65589.5 as a significant, quantifiable, direct, and unavoidable impact based on objective, identified written public health and safety standards, policies, or conditions as they existed on the date of the application, on the date the application was deemed complete. So the objective standard in this case would be, is the project located in a very high fire hazard severity zone or an Alquist-Prieto fault zone or fault hazard management zone? The project site is not located in a very high fire hazard severity zone, nor is it adjacent to one. Additionally, the site is not located in an Alquist-Prieto fault zone, nor a fault hazard management zone. And even if the site had been located in one of those zones, the project still could have been included in AB 130 because the project would be required to comply with the city's adopted fire hazard mitigation measures, as well as the state building and fire code related to building code standards for earthquakes. So even if the project was in a Alquist-Prieto zone, it would have been required to be built with certain standards that would then allow it to not be a specific adverse impact. The applicant also cited the specific adverse risk posed by constructing residential units on potentially contaminated soil. The objective standard in this case is whether the project site is located on the Cortese list or identified as a hazardous waste site by the Department of Toxic Substance Control. The project site is not on the Cortese list or otherwise identified by the Department of Toxic Substance Control as a hazardous site. The AB 130 statutory exemption requires completion of a Phase 1 environmental site assessment, which has been made a condition of approval. If potential for exposure to significant hazards from surrounding properties or activities exists, the effects of the potential exposure are required to be mitigated to levels required by current federal and state requirements. The Los Angeles Regional Water Quality Control Board stated that contaminants have been documented at the site. As a condition of approval, the applicant will be required to conduct soil vapor and groundwater sampling, and a soil management plan will be required to be developed and submitted for their approval prior to granting building or grading permits. There is an underground reservoir located beneath New York Park, which is directly north of the project site. The appellant believes the planning hearing officer exceeded its authority by failing to make findings regarding the risks associated with a breach of this reservoir. As a condition of the project approval, the applicant will be required to ensure the structural integrity of Glendale Water and Power's potable water reservoir, the reservoir under New York Park. Require that it be protected and maintained, and also the applicant is responsible for the current cost for GWP's consultant to verify the clearances required and the possible effects due to any structural deterioration of the reservoir. The applicant cited various concerns regarding the acknowledgement of public input received for the project. Staff acknowledges the applicant's desire for more detailed recognition of the community's comments and concerns. Public comments weighed heavily in opposition to the project versus those in favor. We got both, but the majority were in opposition. Supporters cited the need for more affordable housing, that the existing site was ugly, that the urbanization is good, and then it would promote more walkable environment and a greater tax base. Opponents of the project most commonly cited traffic-related concerns, the concessions and waivers granted to the project, and the change in the neighborhood character that the project would bring. So as noted early in the presentation, a traffic study for the project concluded that it would result in less traffic than the present condition. The project is a density bonus project and is entitled to concessions and waivers unless certain findings are made. The planning hearing officer could not make those findings to deny the concessions and waivers. Staff acknowledges that the project is larger than other La Crescenta development, but that is not a basis to deny the project. The Design Review Board will be reviewing the project. However, its scope will be limited based on the project's density bonus law status. In this case, it will be more design and detailing versus massing and scale or site planning. The applicant contends that the project over contaminated soil adjacent to a reservoir in a seismically active zone next to a fire zone is not a standard project. As detailed in the staff report, the project is eligible for AB 130 statutory exemption. Since the project satisfies the criteria for this exemption, it is exempt from CEQA review. The applicant will be presenting new information, including a modeling program that demonstrates longer evacuation times. You received in your appeal application attachment 6, and they also conditions of approval requiring sampling and soil management. That's already proposed condition of approval based on staff's conversation with the what is the entity? I'm sorry. The Department of Toxic Control. The state's Housing Accountability Act requires that if the Planning Commission was inclined to deny the density bonus application, it would need to make one of 4 findings. And these findings are related to public health and safety, that the project causes a significant, unavoidable, specific adverse impact on public health and safety with no feasible mitigation. Findings must rely on objective written standards in place when the application was deemed complete. That finding cannot be made. Legal compliance, denial is mandatory to comply with state or federal law. The project does not conflict with state or federal law, so that finding cannot be made. Infrastructure deficiencies, the site lacks adequate water and sewer facilities or is located on land zoned for agriculture or resource preservation. The site is not zoned for agriculture or resource preservation, and interdepartmental communications with other departments in the city, while they had some conditions, did not indicate that there was a lack of adequate water or sewer facilities. Overconcentration, that the project is not for low or moderate income households, and the jurisdiction is already meeting its regional housing needs for that income level. The project is for low or moderate income households. It's for 9 units will be dedicated to households of very low income. And the city has not met its regional housing need for very low income housing. So that finding cannot be met. And then finally, objective standard inconsistency. The project violates both zoning and general plan standards. The development is inconsistent with both the zoning and general plan for the site, which was not identified for such housing and compliant housing element. The project is consistent with the zoning and the general plan. So to conclude, staff recommends that Planning Commission deny the appeal, sustain planning hearing officer's approval of the density bonus housing plan, the findings for the concessions and waivers, which I haven't touched upon because the appellant's arguments were more based on the other stuff. So the findings for the concessions and waivers can be made pursuant to the density bonus law. And findings for denial cannot be made as required by the Housing Accountability Act, which is what I just went over with you. So that concludes my presentation.
Thank you. Any question of staff before we proceed? Okay. I'm going to go ahead, and I have 2 cards for the appellant, and you have 15 minutes. Who would like to go first? Marilyn Fisher or Tim Terry? Okay, thank you.
Good evening, Madam Chair, Commissioners. My name is Mary Lynn Fisher. I'm speaking on behalf of the Crescenta Highlands Neighborhood Association. We base our appeal on 2 grounds. These grounds consist of exceptions to the density bonus law, which require cities to approve certain projects. Both of them pose a specific threat of adverse impact on public health or safety. Our first ground is the probable contamination of soil and groundwater on the site caused by current and former commercial uses, a gas station, a dry cleaner, and a used car dealership. We contended in our appeal that this risk took the project out of AB 130's exemption from CEQA. The applicant disagreed, relying on the absence of the project on the Cortese list maintained by the Department of Toxic Substances Control, and the hearing officer accepted his assertion. In fact, the staff report for this hearing does note at page 88, quote, "The appellant is correct in stating that the AB 130 statutory exemption does not apply to sites listed on the Cortese list or identified as a DTSC hazardous waste site," close quote. What neither the staff nor the applicant recognized is that the California State Water Resources Control Board also maintains a Cortese list. As our hazardous waste expert, Matt Hageman, states in his letter to this commission, dated May 28, 2026, there are 3 cases in which the Water Resources GeoTracker website shows on its Cortese list. Not 1, not 2, but 3. Therefore, it is clear by the staff's admission that this project is not exempt from CEQA, that the city must order an environmental impact report before it approves the project, and that the city must order the developer to remove any contaminations to levels considered safe for residential use. In citing this ground on appeal, we are not looking out for our own interests, but for those of prospective residents of the project, especially those living on the first floor, who, in coming from outside the immediate area, would not know the history of the commercial uses of the property that involve toxic chemicals. The applicant's attorneys, in their May 18th letter, repeat the same error as the applicant did previously and the staff adopted. Namely, they refer to the Cortese list, failing to mention that there is a second Cortese list maintained by another state agency. Our second ground for appeal is that by adding at least 151 vehicles to the intersection of Foothill Boulevard and New York Avenue, the project increases the time it will take residents living on New York, north of Foothill, and on the numerous cul-de-sacs off New York to evacuate from a disaster such as a wildfire, which presumably would come from the north, from Deukmejian Wilderness Park or Angeles National Forest. It would increase those evacuation times to a level where it does become a specific threat of adverse impact on the health and safety of residents. The applicant's attorneys contend that the city has an emergency plan, but they fail to examine whether that plan is adequate in light of the high-velocity winds that made the Eaton and Palisade fires so deadly. By focusing solely on the severity zone designations, they ignore that fires can spread quickly and that embers can fly far. You may remember a news bulletin about a fast-spreading wildfire in Riverside County several weeks ago. The sheriff's first warning was, "Grab your pets and go." The city's plan lists measures such as allowing those evacuating in one direction to use the lane of the other direction. But that's not feasible for New York Avenue with its fire station south of Foothill. Neither does the plan note that during the Palisades fire, lanes into Pacific Palisades were swamped with parents driving to schools to pick up their children. And that's exactly the situation we're in with Clark Magnet High School, just about 4 blocks north of the project site. It's not enough to have a plan. It must be a plan that works. Applicants' attorneys claim appellants have not produced evidence to support our claims, but we have. Evidence that the project site is on the Cortese list, as well as evidence of how drastically the addition of this project will increase evacuation times for hundreds of residents, and if school is in session, over 1,000 students. I will now turn to my colleague, Tim Tierney, who will lay out such evidence. He has developed 8 models demonstrating how under various scenarios the project will increase evacuation times. Under the best case scenario, the addition of 87 apartments with only 90 vehicles will increase evacuation times from 30 to 75 minutes. Under the worst-case scenario, the time will increase from 30 minutes to 95. Those additional 45 to 65 minutes can be the difference between life and death for many of the residents and high school students living or attending school who are dependent on New York Avenue to evacuate. For the reasons given and what you are going to see, I submit that it is your duty to grant the appeal. Thank you.
How long's my pointer? Not long enough. Okay. I'll do my best. May I begin? Okay, hello. My name is Tim Tierney. I am a 10-year-plus resident of the La Crescenta area. I do not live directly in this area under consideration, but oh, thank you. Oh, thank you. Let's try that. Where was that button? Oh, no. Now I'm getting lost already. There. Sorry. What button was it that makes the red dot appear?
It's the red outline.
The red button makes the red dot appear. How about that? Okay. Yeah, not at you. Okay. So, 10-year resident of the area. I do not live directly within the this area subject to the controversy, but I am a member of local Facebook groups, and through those Facebook groups, I responded to the call for help from the Neighborhood Association and volunteered my services to them in the name of civic participation. And I conducted some exploratory modeling in order to develop some facts and some numbers that could serve as talking points. In the course of my research, I did not review these other studies that Mr. Kiesel referenced. I just started from scratch and did my own study. My qualifications for doing such a study are that I have a master's degree in earth sciences. As an earth scientist, I have experience using different software packages for doing various sorts of spatial analyses, such as geographic information systems and other similar softwares. And so after discussing the situation with Mary Lynn, I then spoke with my AI tools and used them to discover a modeling system that appeared to be a good fit for the situation here. That system would be the Laytle-Witham-Richards model, and I operated that model again with the help of the AI software to try a number of different scenarios. So now, the analysis area, let's start here. I selected New York Drive, starting at Foothill, the intersection of New York and Foothill, all the way up to the top of New York at Mark Ridge, okay? And then, whoops, I did that again. And then I selected all areas that are within 1 block to the west or to the east of New York Drive. And you'll see that this study area includes Clark Magnet High School, marked in blue. You'll see that Valley View Elementary is immediately outside the study area and was not considered at all for the work that I did. Now, you'll also see that within the study area that there's a number of numbers posted on the map here. These numbers are the number of houses that I counted, meticulously going through Google Maps and tallying up every house that I could identify, and I came up with a total count of houses of 398 houses. And then using some other research means, I determined the population of this area to be approximately 1,000 people, and that the population at Clark Magnet High School, all students, all staff, to be approximately 1,400 additional people that are there when school is in session. One of those 1,400 people at Clark Magnet High School would be my own 18-year-old son, graduating senior. So, now I will advance to the next slide. So, what I did in my analysis is I ran 8 different scenarios. This is not every possible scenario. This we were just trying to mark out some good benchmark cases. And in the case of every one of these scenarios, the graphs will follow this form, where what we see marked in blue is the graph of cars on the road over time. So these numbers here on the left are the cars, and down here at the bottom of the graph, that's the time. So starting at minute 0, when there is some evacuation event, and through public notification means, the people living within the area are all told to evacuate. Everybody would be getting in their car, and the number of cars within the first approximately 5 minutes, in the case of this one graph I'm showing as my example, everybody's getting in their cars, and very suddenly the number of total cars goes up to 398, because I was presuming that every household would produce 1 car, though that's actually a minimum. Some households might produce more than 1 car if people evacuate. And then over time, so within 5 minutes, the number of cars goes up to the maximum number as everybody's trying to get out. And then over time, as people are making it down to Foothill Boulevard, that number of cars will diminish over time until everybody's fully evacuated. In this particular case, it's saying that would happen in 30 minutes. Okay, and now this other graph here is the graph of the average speed of the moving cars. And so as everybody is exiting their driveways, you're starting out at a speed of 25 miles an hour. The speed number is over here on the right-hand side. But then as everybody gets into the streets, and the streets are full of all the other cars, the average velocity of the moving cars is going to crash down to a low value of, 5 or 4 miles an hour. And then as the cars filter out, then the average speed of the remaining cars still trying to exit will go up and up until finally everybody is out of the area. So now on the next slide that I'm going to show you, all of the modelings that I conducted will follow this format, as you'll see. Okay. Can we zoom on that at all, Mr. Kiesel? Oh. Okay. I guess, actually, you know what? The next slide, I have a zoomed version anyway. Just zoom me back. I'm sorry. There we are. Okay, so what we have here is these graphs. These are the 8 different models, and each one of these models conforms to that layout that I just explained. And the one that I was just showing you in greater detail happens to be model 1 right here, okay? And the thing that the important thing to know about the graphs at this point in time is that as we go from number 1 to these other total of 8 scenarios, is that these graphs, they get longer every time, okay? The length of the graphs left to right indicates more time being required to conduct the full evacuation. And now in this table to the right of the 8 graphs shows the different parameters we were trying as I was exploring for different conditions that could affect the evacuation times. So these numbers 1 through 8 are just the model runs. And then here's the total times of evacuation, 30 minutes for case number 1. And then you can see the times going up. And our maximum case that we found was 95 minutes. And now as to the parameters, we ran a number of daytime models marked as yellow, day, or purple for night. We also ran some where the high school was included. HS means the high school was included. Oh, well, let me talk really fast. And other cases where the high school was not included, as if the evacuation happened on a Sunday. Then finally, there's the apartment being included or not being included. And then finally, in 2 cases, we also ran 2 where there was assumed to be an electricity blackout, where there'd be no street lights, no street signals at all. And so what we see here is in, okay, now I'm in overtime. So just to make to get to my punchline, what we have here is in the minimum, where you have just the houses, it's on a Sunday, there's no high school, and it's daytime, and the street lights are working, and the apartment is not yet built. The model was saying that 30 minutes to evacuate everybody. But in cases where we have the apartment built and assuming that the apartment is producing 90 cars, which would be a minimum, it could be more, and that high school is in session, the difference between these 2 is where there's no apartment, and here there is an apartment. You can see that, 50 minutes goes up to 65 minutes. So the
Okay,
the apartment would add 15 minutes to the evacuation time.
Thank you very much, Mr. Turney.
Okay.
Okay, any question of Mr. Turney now or later?
Okay.
Okay. Okay,
Yeah,
thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
I'm gonna go, I have,
Speaker card, can I give him my 3 minutes? Can I give him my 3 minutes to speak? And not speak with my...
2 minutes, 2 minutes, yeah.
2 minutes? Okay, you could have 2 more minutes. Tim?
Oh, I have 2 more minutes?
Yeah, give him 2 minutes.
Thank you very much.
Pet Brooks, yeah, I know him.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, 2 minutes.
Okay, let's see. Yeah, so to my conclusion, to make my conclusion in a more unhurried manner. So we see here that we have the day scenarios, the night scenarios, and a few with the apartment, typically assuming that there's 90 cars being produced by the apartment. Though in scenario number 8, we were trying to see what could be the maximum, right? And so in scenario number 8, what we did was we assumed a daytime evacuation, which would therefore include the high school, and in this case, in the high school, we assumed that buses couldn't make it to the high school, so that all those people are walking down the street as pedestrians, okay, which would, people crossing the street are going to interfere with cars moving. And then finally, we also assumed that the apartment would be producing more than 90 cars. We presumed that the full 151 cars at the apartment would be hitting the road as well. And so in this case, the evacuation time would take 95 minutes. So in all cases, the presence of the apartment is going to increase the evacuation time by a significant factor, is the conclusion that we came to.
I have a question.
You wanna, yeah.
Just 2 quick questions.
Yes.
In your scenario, you're indicating the apartment 90, and then at the worst-case scenario, you're adding 151. The plan that I seen, I don't know if it's changed, and we'll have the architect explain, half of the cars or half of the parking exits in New York, the other half exits in Foothill. Have you taken that consideration?
Let's go back to the map here. So you're saying that the apartment, which would be located there, that half the cars are on New York
There
and
are
the other
2
half on Foothill?
driveways, as I saw the plans, as I reviewed. Half of the cars exit on New York, the other half exits, or I don't know the number configuration, but they're not all of the parking. Have you taken that into consideration in
Okay,
this
I
number?
see. So the apartment complex has a driveway to New York and another driveway going Foothill, and so one could presume that some amount of those cars are just going to go straight to Foothill and never touch New York.
From what I saw, they were not connected, so I just want to make
not
sure that
connected even,
they're not
okay.
connected.
All right. No, I wasn't aware of that, and I did not take that into consideration. I also did not read the other traffic studies that were conducted. And there's, in any modeling, there's a number of assumptions that go into things. I mean, for instance, like the way I drew, like if you look here, I'm presuming that the people on the east side of this road evacuate like down Pennsylvania, and it's only the people on the west side of the road that would go down New York. And
Thank you.
You never know what's really going to happen. All right. Thank you.
Khan will start the 15-minute time.
I'll be the one starting us off. Good evening, Madam Chair, Commissioners, and City staff. My name is Rodney Kahn, and my offices are located here in the city of Glendale. I'd like to start off by thanking Mr. Kiesel, our case planner. He spent a considerable amount of time on our project and did a very thorough presentation. We also agree with his recommendation to deny the appeal and sustain the approval. The existing buildings on the site are commercial buildings. It's an older strip shopping center that is underutilized, underdeveloped, and needs to be redeveloped. We are not removing any existing residential dwelling units. There is no net loss. Rather, introducing 87 units, which will help the city's regional housing needs assessment, or RHNA numbers, knowing we need to create more housing. The site itself is about a shade under 58,000 square feet, and it has a significant slope to it. It slopes from north to south along New York. It's about a 9.9% cross slope. And also along Foothill from west to east, it has about a 5.8% cross slope. Our architect will show you how the slope was taken into consideration for the mass, the scale, and site planning. Good urban planning principles. Smart growth encourages high-density residential on commercial corridors, such as the Foothill Boulevard corridor. People can walk to restaurants, markets, and shops, and if need be, have easy access to public transportation. With me today, I have our project architect, Tom Greer from TCA. He'll give a brief presentation to you of our project, and then he'll turn it over to our attorney, Todd Nelson, to conclude our presentation. That will conclude my remarks, and I'll turn it over to Tom.
Good evening. I can advance the slides with this, or thank you for having a brief orientation to the site. I only have 3 or 4 screens, condensing everything down to just a few key points. Since we're really talking more about the building massing. Oh yeah, I'm sorry. I'm Tom Greer with TCA Architects. Our offices are in 801 South Grand in Los Angeles. So on this screen, we basically have our site plan that's kind of explains the big idea that we wanted to do with this site when we were approached by the client. The Serpentine building, which is the beige portion, is the way we handled the massing. So instead of having one big long rectangular box, as you often see in these types of developments, we tried to do something more clever, where we would be able to weave the landscaping around the perimeter in with some lower podium courtyards that are pretty much just at grade or slightly above grade, like less than a floor higher. And then even a little courtyard on the end there at the primary Foothill and New York intersection. And then what I wanted to point out here is that all the parking is basically happening below grade, with the exception of some pieces that are sticking up, and that's why we're asking for the incentive or waiver on those points. But just wanted to present this slide to show you how the building sort of steps down. Those big numbers are the number of stories. So at the high point of the site, we have 5, and as we start stepping down, as Rodney said, along Foothill and down New York, the building starts to step down through a series of roof plane changes, where we actually drop stories down, or in the case where you see the 4 it kind of by itself in front, that's a roof deck, roof terrace that the residents can use. And then 3 is also a roof terrace that will overlook the intersection there. And then here, this is just a sample of, we had all the different building plans, but this one I thought spoke volumes, because what's happening here, as you can see, we're seeing into the garage, and we're seeing part of that Serpentine building, but it's the same level. So this demonstrates how the parking is tucked into the hillside. And so that's why we have this condition where the parking can be on the left side underneath, below grade, and then on the right side, it's It's basically above grade. And then this slide's a section that was in our original package, and I just highlighted a little bit here to just show the foothill slope, quite a steep slope there. When you see it across the entire site, roughly 20-foot drop. And then the blue is the perimeter of the profile of the building. And this is also to show how our building starts high and then starts to step down, step down, step down. So when you're down at the low end, it's only 42 to 44 feet tall. And I'll leave you with just this last image. It's one right across from New York Park, which is just adjacent to our site, looking down. I think there was actually one of the shots in Rodney's existing site shots showed this, and we just superimposed the building. And I thought this was a good one to demonstrate how our building architecture right now is stepping down the hill, following the slope of the street. So with that, I'll turn it over to Todd, our attorney, to go over some other points.
Good evening, Commissioners. Todd Nelson, Wren Pastor Nelson. My firm's offices are in the city of Los Angeles. As described by staff tonight, this project is fully compliant with state and local density bonus law, and through its provision of restricted affordable housing units, 9 very low income units, it's eligible to receive its requested incentives and waivers. It is also subject to the Housing Accountability Act, as Roger reviewed, which sets an extremely high bar for the disapproval or reduction in size or density of a housing development project. And the most recent state law that the project is compliant with is Assembly Bill 130 and its statutory CEQA exemption. This exemption applies to housing development projects that are on urban infill, environmentally benign project sites. Some of the locational criteria that Roger reviewed are straight, clear, objective standards. It cannot be located on a site that contains wetlands, cannot be located on a site that's subject to a conservation easement. Other site criteria that Roger noted have what is contained a safe harbor provision. A project can be located in a very high fire severity zone if it implements all required state and local building and fire code mitigation measures. It can be located in an Alquist-Priolo earthquake fault zone if it implements all required state and local seismic design standards. These are, again, known as safe harbor provisions. A project either qualifies for an AB 130 exemption or does not. It is clear, objective standards. So turning to the first set of appeal claims, as Roger reviewed, the issue of whether the site is in or out of a very high fire severity zone is clear. Objective evidence demonstrates that it is outside the zone. We then move on to the issue of wildfire evacuation and the modeling presented by the appellants. As described in the staff report and as described during staff's presentation tonight, the city's safety element, consisting of hundreds of pages, and its emergency plan, consisting of an additional hundreds of pages, have been put together by the city's experts, departmental experts, traffic engineers, and public safety response experts. These reports guide the city's response in the terrible event of a public safety emergency. As reflected in these reports, as summarized by staff and in the staff report, multiple evacuation routes exist in the vicinity of the site, and the plan, which establishes the ability to evacuate during those emergencies, is conservative because it does not take into consideration the additional flexibility and the additional measures that can be brought during such an emergency. Traffic control officers, alternate lane configurations, and up to the minute responsive direction to the people implementing these measures. The appellants have submitted graphic images and modeling behind it. However, in our respectfully, this does not constitute substantial evidence before you. Substantial evidence, as under state law, is facts and expert opinion backed by facts. It does not include unsubstantiated opinion or non-expert facts. With all due respect, the person preparing the modeling did not read the city's safety element, did not read the city's emergency plan, is not a traffic engineer, and utilized artificial intelligence to prepare the modeling, and was not aware of the egress routes for vehicles from this project site. I would ask that you take the graphical depictions of alleged congestion effects with that in mind. Beyond that, The information presented does not meet the very strict bar established by state law to prove a specific adverse impact. A specific adverse impact must be based on objective, written standards adopted by the local jurisdiction that are written, are not debatable, and they existed in the city's records on the date that the application was deemed complete. No such standard has been identified or pointed to because it does not exist. Moving to the issue of soil contamination concerns regarding the issue. Again, I mentioned earlier the safe harbor provisions that exist in the AB 130 exemption, and this applies here. The staff report notes the Cortese list requirements. The Cortese list is a defined set of environmental databases administered by the state, by both DTSC and the State Water Board. One of those databases identifies leaking underground storage tank cases, of which there was one on this site. However, the AB 130 safe harbor exemption notes that a project remains eligible for the AB 130 exemption if there is a uniform closure letter issued by the State Water Board to that site pursuant to a specific provision of the state's health and safety code. That scenario applies exactly here. This site previously contained underground storage tanks. A leak was reported, and the site was listed briefly on the state's leaking underground storage tank database as an open case. The tanks were removed, all impacted soil was removed, and the site was sampled for any remaining contamination. These sampling results showed no detections of petroleum-related contaminants or any other contaminants. In 2014, the Water Board issued a uniform closure letter pursuant to the exact health and safety code provisions cited by the AB 130 safe harbor exemption. This letter has been provided into the record and to staff. This evidence demonstrates full compliance with the requirements identified under the AB 130 exemption, and as a result, the exemption remains fully applicable to the project and to the site. Just one moment, finding my spot. All that said, the issue of soil contamination and potential other hazardous materials is, of course, of great importance. The legislature, in adopting AB 130, recognized that. That is why the condition of approval that staff noted, which applies to every single AB 130 project, requires the preparation of a new Phase 1 assessment for every project utilizing it. Projects that may have never had any industrial use, auto-related use, dry cleaner use, and every site that has had such a use. Every single project going through this process has to prepare a new Phase 1 report. If that Phase 1 report identifies any recognized environmental condition, an REC, which we're in California, most Phase 1s do, this site will. A second step needs to be taken, and it's not up to the applicant to decide what next step to take. The statute requires that a preliminary endangerment assessment pursuant to DTSC standards be undertaken. The statute goes on to say that if that PEA, as it's commonly referred to, identifies any risk, that risk needs to be addressed, remediated under regulatory oversight, and confirmed to be below all applicable regulatory levels before certificate of occupancy. So to sum up, AB 130 delivers exactly what the appellants are asking for: further study, further assessment, and any required remediation. To sum up, the project before you is fully state law compliant, will help the city meet its housing needs, and there is substantial evidence supporting the AB 130 exemption, as well as the project's consistency with all requirements under the Housing Accountability Act. We're available to answer any questions. Thank you very much. We didn't use the slides.
Any question?
Yes, I have one question. You mentioned that there was an environmental and there was a contamination at one point on the one of the lots. Did I understand right?
Yes, yes.
Any idea when was the date on that?
The tanks were removed in 2008, but the case wasn't closed until 2014. The regional board sent a letter. I have a copy. I believe Roger has a copy, and I have an additional copy here. April 16th, 2014, closing that case.
So the land.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. Okay.
Are you done?
Okay. That's thank you.
Have you seen the letter from Matthew Hangman?
I have.
And I'm going to ask the applicant who submitted this. I'm a bit confused because the letter says that it does qualify, but then at the end, they added the Water Quality Board clearance letter there.
So that was actually for a different case. So
Okay.
I provided a very fulsome response to Mr. Hageman's letter to Roger yesterday afternoon that outlines that, and exactly to your point, there was another case that was also closed for the site.
Thank you.
Any other? Okay, I have, thank you
Thank you very much.
The applicant, Brian Muirs, would you like to?
That's the
Oh,
next project.
that's the
West
other
Woods
project. Okay, great. Okay, we're gonna go ahead and get everyone to,
Can we take 2 minutes break? I need to make a phone.
Yeah,
My
okay.
moms keep calling.
okay. Can we take a 2-minute break and we'll just do a quick recess? Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, we're going back to session. We're going to start with public input and comments. And I'm going to call you one by one. You have 2 minutes to say your comments. We'll start with Young Chung. 2 minutes, followed by Marian Orozco.
Hi, how are you? I live in that Fairmount Avenue, and I'm just like a kind of worry about this 5-story building. That's all single-story residential area, build a 5-story building. My main concern is parking space. The other day, I walked around that street, counted the cars the people has, single dwelling unit, usually minimum 2 or 3 cars. Okay, this one just apartment provided like 151 parking space. That means 87 unit, 2 car. That means like 174 cars need plus visitor. So 23 parking space short. So these cars, who gonna take care of that? I know this one's LA code, whatever, that shows 1.5 parking space for that 2-bedroom apartment, whatever. But nobody carry the half a car, drive here and there, right? And then especially weekend, the Clark High School, there's AYSO kid football game going on. Parents park the car all the way down to my home. And then some of my neighbor got a permit parking because due to that, the New York Park. They did some birthday party, whatever. There's no spot to park the car on the street. Please consider this one, need more parking space. So 151 parking space, that's not enough. Family who lives in that, gonna live in the new apartment, they back home and that there's no parking spot.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Yeah, that's not a problem, okay?
Okay, Marian Orozco, followed by Yvonne Wolf.
Hello, good evening. I'm a homeowner that lives below Foothill on New York. And my concern is mainly the parking, that the overflow comes and park right in front of my house. I leave, I don't have a parking to come back to. I understand the calculation and the 1.5 space and all of that, but realistically, that doesn't work. Where are the extra people going to park? Just like he said, there's approximately 2 cars at least per a 1-bedroom. 2 people live there. But it's just, to me, that part of it is, I understand progress and all of that, but the people living there, where are they going to park? Where you can't leave your house without not having a parking spot. Foothill doesn't have the businesses that are there. They park on the overflow because they can't park on Foothill more than an hour or 2. So the parking issue, the parking spaces are an issue for me. The other thing is traffic. Coming down Foothill Boulevard, coming down New York Avenue, there's a hill, so there's speeding, there's just so much traffic. There's a school at the bottom of Foothill, at Lincoln and Altura. So in the mornings, can't get out of my house, going or coming, cars coming and going up the street. So with added people or cars in the area, it's just, sounds like a nightmare. So my main concern is the parking and the traffic, the safety of the traffic speeding down Foothill, and it happens right now. Like if the traffic people would go there and look, you'd see that this is not something made up. We looked into having permits or having speed bumps and was told we can't do a speed bump because there's a hill, which is what it is. But
Thank you.
there's no place for where are these people going to park?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yvonne Wolf, followed by Busaghanian.
I live directly across from this thing. So this area depends on New York Reservoir remaining operational during emergencies. Water service and fire hydrants rely on continuous uphill pump operations, as happened during the 2017 Latuna fire and would likely happen again during a threatened or actual power outage. Glendale Water and Power would deploy a mounted generator truck to keep the booster pumps operating, moving water uphill to the reservoir. Transporting and setting up that generator can take several hours. If access to the site is restricted, the equipment may have to be staged on New York Avenue, creating delays and requiring traffic control at the worst possible moment. Even a short delay in pump operations or emergency equipment access can have serious consequences. Any project that narrows access, interferes with staging, or complicates generator deployment creates a real public safety risk by reducing fire response capability, affecting water delivery, and hindering evacuation. For these reasons, the city should not approve a project that could compromise emergency water delivery, fire response, or safety access during a crisis. Public safety must come first. I also wanted to mention something about the sewer systems. In 2012, I had a backup in my yard. It started at the manhole on Foothill seeping out, then came into my yard. The pipe broke, fortunately didn't come in my house, but for over an hour, sewage poured out of there to mine and my neighbor's yard, creating a hazard, right, in public property. The sewer pipes on New York and Foothill are 8-inch clay pipes replaced in 1970. Clay pipes typically have an average service life of 60 to 80 years. Multiple ADUs have been added, and the recent project would place even more strain on an aging system. This project certainly would have adverse effects on health and safety of all residents in the neighborhood. Sewer capacity should be fully evaluated before approval. Although the developer has agreed to cover some of the costs, those contributions are unlikely to address the full long-term impact on public infrastructure. Glendale residents should not be left to bear the cost of upgrades, repairs, or service disruption by this project. Please do not approve.
Thank you. You made it. Busaghanian.
Good evening, Commissioners. As a healthcare provider, I am deeply concerned about the Planning Department's inability to recognize that the property is on the Cortese list. Please reference the letters from Atis Srihinian from the LA County Water Control Board and also Matt Hagemans. It's the essence of the argument here. High Star Auto is a used car dealership on the property. They also maintain an on-site auto repair and maintenance facility. The High Star Auto Sales, it's still an open case by the State Water Control Board, case number 1160019. The Water Board has attempted to contact this business multiple times to inquire about the chemicals and the processes that are used on this property to determine if there's environmental hazards like VOCs and other hazards. The business has failed to reply. This is a very much of an open investigation that the Water Resource Board is trying to conduct with this business, and it's a big question mark still. So why does the city is ignoring this open case? It's still an open case. And you can't pick and choose which Cortese list that you're going to follow. This is by the LA Resource Board. It's very open. And under Public Resources Code, Section 21-08066, the Cortese listing that this is still open with makes it ineligible for exemption under AB 130 and AB 131. That's the essence of this. The law is very clear in this regard. You can't pick and choose that, and you have to follow the CEQA requirements because there's an open case here. The second property, Palace Dry Cleaners, also has a case which was closed in 2009. However, since that time, the Water Control Board in 2011 and 2023 updated the guidelines. Since the use is changing from commercial to residential, okay, and since the guidelines have changed, we have to make sure it's the city's due diligence to make sure that the guidelines are being followed with the new development project for the safety of the health and for public health and safety, which is why it has to remain on the Cortese list. It's already on the Cortese list.
Thank you very
can't boot
much.
it off.
Thank
And you
you.
have to do the EIR report. That's the key here. We need an EIR report.
Michael S. Michael S. Followed by, okay, Mark Weaver. Mark Weaver.
I just wondering why are they so against?
Can you
the se-
speak to the microphone, please?
I was just wondering why they might be so afraid to have a CEQA. I mean, it seems that this is going to affect our lives for a long time. That they should do that. But my subject was actually the reservoir problem. There's millions of gallons of water sitting right where they're going to put that building, very, very close. And it's a downslope, and being downslope of a reservoir is the leading cause of a reservoir collapsing. And so I'm really kind of concerned that this could be a very dangerous situation, for real. That you can check that stuff, but downslope is a very dangerous place to be, especially if you disturb the earth. They're going to remove a lot of earth. That's really going to affect that reservoir. And the only last thing because I don't have too much time, Glendale's always begging us for money to repair the pipes that are defective up there. Because, and they're the ones that, and another leading cause of reservoir failure are the pipes. They're underneath it or to the side of it. And if Glendale keeps on telling us that they have to repair those and they need more money, how in good faith are they telling us they're going to allow this project to go on? Okay, thank you.
I apologize. Could you just say your name on record? Thank you.
Mark Weaver.
Thank you.
Roxanne Myers, followed by Kevin Wilby.
Good evening. My name is Roxanne Myers, and I live near New York Park. And I'm asking that the Planning Committee to carefully review several unresolved issues before allowing this project to move forward. First, I'm concerned about the proximity of this project to the New York Reservoir located beneath New York Park. This project includes substantial excavation for subterranean parking, and while residents have repeatedly raised concerns about the reservoir, I haven't been able to find any publicly available engineering analysis specifically addressing the potential impacts of the reservoir from excavation, settlement, vibration, or seismic activity. And second, I'm concerned about the environmental conditions on the site. The project documents acknowledge the need for soil vapor, and potentially groundwater testing due to the site's history, including the former gas station and commercial uses. If additional investigation is still required, I question whether the public has been given a complete understanding of the environmental conditions that may exist beneath the property. And third, I'm concerned about the emergency evacuation and public safety. New York Avenue serves as an important route for residents, for our hillside community, and many residents have raised concerns about wildfire evacuation, traffic congestion, and emergency access. So before adding significant new density, I believe the city should ensure that these issues have been fully and transparently addressed. And most importantly, I have not been able to locate the actual geotechnical report or any Glendale water and power analysis discussing the New York Reservoir. And if those reports exist, I respectfully ask that they may be available and carefully reviewed before the final action is taken. And it's not just a question of housing, it's a question of infrastructure, environmental safety, and protecting the residents who already live here. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Kevin Wilby, followed by Karen De Gracia.
I was told I had 3 minutes when I made this. Is it only 2 now?
2 minutes.
Well, I'll try and talk faster. Hi, I'm Kevin Wilby, and first, hello, distinguished chair and distinguished commission and all you guys who I consider distinguished. I'm not used to public speaking, so bear with me, but I'm here. I live just above Clark Magnet High School on Cloudsdale Avenue, and I'm speaking in opposition. First, we have I think they call it the Hillside Ordinance, and I read in the paper for years about, they're hammering this out, they're coming up with the solution. And then we seem to just blow it away because, hey, we don't feel like it. And when they planned this idea, they knew about the Hillside Ordinance, and they decided to just say, nah, forget that. So that's the first thing. Second, it's over twice the height limit, it's over twice or almost twice the occupancy, and then they come up with, 1.73 spaces per unit, or you could get down to 1.37 if you followed the law. When did they do this? 1953? I'm an expert. You want experts? I'm an expert on California for the last 75 years because I've been here. And no, when they evacuated for the Altadena fire, it wasn't 1 car per resident. It was load your slides, load your cats, load your good stuff, take it out. And we were all communicating by cell phone, which routes are blocked. Because it's not just one building that's evacuating, it's a whole freaking area. Excuse me, I have trouble talking without water. There we go. And New York Park, Reservoir, they're putting subterranean parking. Maybe it's just me, but when you dig under a reservoir, that's a bad idea. But at least we're not in an earthquake zone. Oh, wait, the San Fernando fault meets the Sierra Madre fault. It's all a reverse thrust fault. The geologist here might be able to clarify this better.
Okay. Thank you very much.
What are we trying to do?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Is Karen here? Karen, followed by Maria Klein.
Hi, good evening. I am a resident. I live 2 blocks north and 1 block east of the proposed site here. I know that this is going to go through. I know this is useless, but I'm trying just from a practical standpoint. I was here for the Eaton fire. We were affected by that. It was miles away. There was no power. There was no internet. There were no cell phones. Nothing worked. The winds were blowing so hard. Trees are down. You don't just get in your car and drive out when you're in the foothills and there's a fire. When the station fire hit, it wasn't just my hill. It was all the way from Tujunga to La Cañada, where JPL is. The entire hillside is on fire. The whole community has to evacuate. And if it goes over to the other side, to the Verdugos, we're right in the middle of it. It's a really frightening situation that you're providing, putting buildings this large in our community. They belong on San Fernando Road or Glen Oaks. I'm not opposed to having things done, but just because you can do it doesn't mean you should. And if the water in that reservoir is breached in an earthquake, I wouldn't want to be living on the first floor.
Thank you. Maria, followed by Lisa Morris.
Good evening, Planning Commission members. My name is Maria Klein. We live about 550 feet from the proposed development. So I think you have these maps that I printed from the CAL FIRE site. According to this CAL FIRE map, 90% of the buildings in La Crescenta and Montrose are in an indirect exposure zone of a potential wildfire. This means we are not in a minimal exposure zone, which is asserted incorrectly in the density bonus application. An indirect exposure zone is an area at risk of catching fire from airborne embers, sparks, or leaves that are lofted high into the air by a strong wind, such as the Santa Anas, as we saw in the Eaton and Palisades fires. Due to the historical vulnerability of seasonal Santa Ana winds, everyone knows who lives in La Crescenta, especially those near the foothills, that the potential exists for a devastating, wind-driven fire like we witnessed in Altadena and the Palisades, which would create an urgent emergency evacuation for thousands of residents. The Eaton fire generated extreme wind-driven ember showers that traveled deep into the town, causing chaos, gridlock, and trapping some residents as they attempted to flee. My point is that this massive 87-unit complex could potentially add 151 or more vehicles at a choke point. All streets running north and south from the base of Angeles Forest to Foothill Boulevard are a single lane in each direction. In a wildfire, panicked families would be trying to flee using one lane, and the other lane would be first responder vehicles trying to access the fire and assist with evacuations. The residents of La Crescenta are not against housing or low-income housing, but we are against housing that adversely affects the health and safety of those living here and also any future residents. Thank you.
Thank you. Lista, this is the...
Yeah, Lisa Morris. And what was I going to say?
Don't
having to
rush.
cut this
We're
down.
going to give you a little bit more time. so.
I cut it down anyhow because what I was going to say, some people already talked about, so I'm not going to cover that again.
Thank you.
But it's shown in the evacuation analysis, part of the safety element update, that several streets within the neighborhood are projected to exceed capacity in the event an evacuation were necessary in an emergency. It appears due to the time frame they measured for the capacity tests that they did not consider in their calculations the number of students, staffs, and guests leaving Clark Magnet High School on New York Avenue. The report does identify several side streets and upper streets, but one needs to remember there are several cul-de-sacs with homes along New York Avenue whose residents could have a difficult time exiting due to the traffic jams and backups on New York Avenue. Foothill Boulevard is a collector road, will be jammed as well. While I recognize a roadway management plan is in place to improve capacity, in the event of a real life-threatening emergency with panicked residents, not just studies, there could very well be delays in getting the help they need to escape. As to fire, staff report does recite the project is roughly 1/4 mile, which is nothing. What is that, a quarter of a block practically, from the very high fire hazard severity zone, and thus eligible for the 130 exception. Well, that's all well and good, as long as the wildfire behaves himself and doesn't jump the boundaries of the designation. And we know how flying embers in high winds can travel far and ignite properties and land. I found it odd that due to the station fire of 2009 and the recent devastating fires of the Eaton fire of January 2025, that the safety element did not analyze this area for wildfires. They only did for the Verdugo Mountains, which is south of us and close, and the San Rafael Hills. They did include landside. We are next door to La Cañada, and they were under evacuation orders for the Eaton fire, too close for your comfort. And I thank you for listening.
Okay. Thank you very much. Sabine Cyberman.
Sabine Silverman?
Yes, you
How
are.
you
There
doing
you
this
are.
evening?
Followed by Lean Go ahead.
Okay, I wanted to talk about bottlenecks. You talked about getting out of the garage, how many cars would go out and how many would go on Foothill. It's 180 cars or something like that. I live at the top of Mark Ridge, and I'm at the back of the line getting out from the mountain. If I have to wait for 180 cars to get out of that apartment, and then all the other cars coming down the hill, I drove down Rosemont one day, and all these cars were backed up on Rosemont so they could pick up their kids from school. I had to drive all the way to Briggs to get out, just for people picking up their kids from school. What's it going to be like in a fire, earthquake, or flood? Then I've seen the freeway close. All our streets are full of traffic. In a fire, flood, and earthquake, that freeway may be closed. This project will just add that much more escape problems. Thank you for your listening.
Thank you very much. Lynn Lar, followed by, somebody forgot to put their name. Someone from 3325 Encinal Avenue.
Hi, my name is Lynn Lar. Thank you for the time to speak today. My husband and I, we own our houses directly across the street from New York Avenue Park, and we've lived there for approximately the last 22 years. So we're pretty used to the traffic patterns, and I just wanted to reiterate what many of the other neighbors have been talking about, is just the how much traffic already occupies the neighborhood. And I was wondering, I was trying to listen and learn today too as we're going through this hearing, and just counting up the schools within the whole Foothill corridor there's 9 schools that feed into Foothill Boulevard. And I'm just wondering if we need to just think about more housing, but not making it so dense that we're just adding to the congestion that already exists. And I think just adding these kinds of projects in areas where there's so many cars and congestion already. And, I did hear where proportionally the project has so much parking, but it's still not going to be enough. And I can confirm that on the daily that there's so much parking already. I don't know where those cars are going to park, how far out in the neighborhood. It's going to continue to cause more congestion and problems. So with that, I just respectfully request that you guys make your considerations carefully. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you. Okay, our neighbor from 3325.
Yeah, I apologize.
That's okay. Just give us your name again.
Hi, my name is Mark Maitland. I live off of New York Avenue. I'm not a professional speaker. I'm not a city planner or civil engineer or a real estate attorney. But I am a resident and a taxpayer, and I feel my voice should be heard. I was disgusted to hear the developer's lawyer describe or remind you that you need to follow the experts and you need to look into what is completely legal according to his view. Well, this city is for us. And one of the commissioners here mentioned when we were talking about a gate for 30 minutes, and he said, I follow the intent of the code. And 150% density for this project over the max, 205% over the max height. Why not just build a 50-story skyscraper here? If you're going to just waive it, why don't you just build a tower? Hey, let's put like an AI center in there too. I mean, there's reasons why these codes and these recommendations were set, and we're just looking over them, and we're not even considering that. I mean, I think if you looked at the other picture, there's no pictures of the view of this building from up the hill, because they give you these nice little shots. But how many people, how many hundreds of homes will have to look at this eyesore
in their neighborhood. There's no buildings this tall. There's not even, and I just can't believe that doesn't seem to matter to anybody. It's all about what we can do and what we can get in here and what the lawyers have worked out for this. I know you guys are appointed by people, and those people are voted on, so.
Vahe Gazarian. He left. Rebecca Goodman, followed by Stuart Biles.
Good evening. I'm Rebecca Goodman. I'm going to read my statement, even though a lot of the points have already been mentioned. Respectfully, this is not what Foothill looks like, and New York is not what New York looks like in these pictures. Okay, I would like to address safety concerns if there were to be a wildfire with high wind conditions on a school day in La Crescenta. I'm a substitute teacher for Glendale Unified. I've worked at all of the schools in La Crescenta. The evacuation of the 3 Glendale schools in proximity to the corner of Foothill and New York and north of it would be affected by the additional vehicles parked at this building or nearby, especially considering the garage entrance exit planned on New York Avenue. Clark High School, which is less than half a mile north of the proposed development, would have to evacuate approximately 1,400 students and staff using New York Avenue. That would include utilizing, I don't know for sure, the approximately 20 buses that transport students each morning and afternoon on the 2-lane street, while emergency vehicles would also be using the same street. Many students use their own vehicles to get to high school, adding to the traffic on New York and surrounding residential streets. Any families driving to the school to pick up their students instead of waiting for buses would contribute to the gridlock on New York and surrounding streets. Valley View Elementary, approximately 600 students and staff northeast of Clark, would not only use New York but also Pennsylvania, while Dunsmore Elementary, 1 block west, approximately 630 students and staff, and private school St. James, 100 to 150 students and staff, would evacuate using Dunsmore Avenue and Foothill, adding to gridlock at Foothill and New York. In addition to school evacuations during a fire, there would be resident evacuations onto New York, again a 2-lane street fed by several cul-de-sacs with no other exit points.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you very much. Stuart, followed by Philip Chow.
Good evening, everybody. My name is Stuart Biles. I'm a longtime La Crescenta resident. I'm also on the Land Use Committee of the Crescenta Valley Town Council. We are going to be dealing with something very much like this at the corner of Briggs and Foothill. And then there's going to be a third one, very much the same size as this. These 3, if they all come to fruition, will destroy the idea of La Crescenta. Now, you've heard all about the traffic conditions, and that is something that you need to deny this project from that alone. Anybody who's been up here knows that even though they said that this is not in a very high fire hazard zone, that is technically correct. But anybody who lives in La Crescenta Valley knows the entire valley is a very high fire hazard zone. And adding this to it will just completely block things as you cannot imagine. And if we have 3 times this amount like this in our valley, we're done. People want to live here because of the suburban lifestyle. And all of these laws that these folks are putting together are made by people in Sacramento who have a massive agenda to destroy our particular area. So if this particular project is all about this developer and nothing about La Crescenta. Thank you.
Philip Chow, followed by Kyle Pagosian.
Hi, my name's Philip Tsao. I'm a long-term resident of Northern Glendale. I think I've lived here for like almost 20 years now. I frequently go hiking around the mountains. I walk through the area in question frequently. I go to the restaurants there. House of Joy is one of my favorite restaurants. My major problem with this project is it's not large enough. We need more housing. We definitely need more housing in all of Glendale, in La Crescenta, all over Southern California. And if we can have more projects like this, that would just make this place a much better place to live. So thank you very much for considering this project. I urge your vote in favor of this. Thank you so much. And by the way, for the people who say, oh, this damages the character of La Crescenta, what character are we talking about? Are we talking about the fact that it used to be a sundown town? Are people like me somehow not part of the character of this town? So people like me,
Excuse me.
we were here, we're not going away. I think it's time for you guys to deal with it. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you. Please, we gave everyone enough time, so let all the speakers get their time. Okay, Kyle Bogosian, followed by Jim Trakowski.
Just 2 minutes?
Yes.
Okay, hi, my name is Kyle. I'm a Glendale resident, and I just want to ask the commission to just please look carefully for the objective standards in the law and kind of make this process smooth. Like we had a similar thing with the Sears Tower supposed to be replaced in Glendale, and the city council voted against it, even though the objective standards from the state told them that they had to approve it. And then so the state threatened a lawsuit, and then they had to hold another meeting, and then they had to approve it. So if you don't follow the objective standards of the state, it kind of makes all the gears of the government run slower, and it's something that in a small way hurts all of us as Glendale residents. All Glendale residents have a legitimate, valid interest in having a city government which follows the state law and processes things efficiently and quickly. And I also think it's a beautiful structure. I like it. I think it looks nice, and I hope that more people will get to live there. Thank you.
Excuse me, please. Let's respect one another. Okay, Jim Trakowski, followed by Terry Capone.
Hello, Madam Chair, Commissioners, thank you for having us. My name is Jim Zarowski. I am a Los Angeles City firefighter and a Los Angeles Police Reserve, 24 years. I'm just going to give some statistics. Crescenta Valley High School has 2,500 students, Rosemont 1,200, Lincoln 570, Clark 1,400, La Crescenta Elementary 420, Monte Vista 700. I was on the Palisades fire with my son. If you've never seen people in panic mode, rushing down what would be in our streets one-way roads, one way in, one way out, in panic mode, jumping out of their cars, and we're waiting on the main roads to get into these fires to assist with the emergency, and we had to call in bulldozers to bulldoze our ways into the fire at the Palisades fire. It's known that these fires can happen. It happened in Altadena, happened in Palisades, and it's happened up in the foothills by our homes. This project, if it goes through, will just be the start of many, many more that are going to come through. This isn't the only one that's going to come through, and that's when we're going to have problems. Recently, in January, we had a truck fire on Latuna Canyon. I was playing pickleball in Cornichon. I live on Dunsmore. And it took me 1 hour and 20 minutes to get home from Cornichon to my home, 5 miles, because of that truck fire that closed off the westbound freeway traffic on the 210. Now Foothill Boulevard became the freeway, and it was complete pandemonium. So these guys here with their plans and stuff like that, they get to go home. They probably don't live in the foothills. I urge you to discontinue this project, because when an urgency arises, and it will, people are going to die. Who are we going to come to then? That's what's going to happen here. It's a detriment to the residents in our area and my kids that live up there. Thank you.
Thank you. Terry?
It's Terry Captain, and Madam Chairman, I'd like to give my 2 minutes to Beth Brooks.
Sure.
Hi, thank you. I know you're looking for a legal way. People are begging you to save them and save their families, and it's very disheartening to come here in front of this commission and see the same David and Goliath thing happen all the time. Always being represented by Rodney Kahn, who I'm very interested to know if he has anybody who works in the city, as a matter of fact, because that's what I heard, that he has somebody who works in the city. And I want to know if it's in the planning department. I'm quite interested. But what I would say is that if the physician is correct that there is an open case with the LA Water Resource Board and it is on the Cortese list, you have to deny this right now. You have to accept their appeal. And the second, so that's a done deal. I know people are coming and saying save us, and the developer's saying, well, we can get away with it because the law is on our side. But you have to be for the people, and the other people that have to be for the people are the fire department. Why do I not see the fire chief here? Why do I not see the GWP director here? Why are these people not standing up for the people who are saying on Brand Boulevard when they took out the bike lanes, it's because the fire chief came, Chief Fish, and said, you know what, response times are being added by 2 minutes. Where's the fire chief? The fire chief shouldn't just protect you when there's a fire. He should protect you before there's a fire. I want to see the Glendale Fire Department here at these meetings protecting these people. I'm tired of people trying to protect themselves and they're not getting professional help, coming in and saying, this is a fire hazard. Whether you like it or not, it's a fire hazard. And if 3 more properties are going to come on, that's also a fire hazard. People's lives are more important than this developer. If you want to build housing, build it where people want you to build it, not where people don't want you to build it. Do a survey. We want you to build here. I'm sure there are plenty of neighborhoods that want this, but you need to accept that appeal, because if what he said is true, you cannot. You have to deny it. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, last call for Michael S. or Vahe Gazarian. Okay, they're not here. Okay, we are gonna do
We have
some
7
rebuttal.
callers, if we could get
Oh,
to
yeah,
the
do we have
callers.
some phone calls? Okay, go ahead.
Mr. Shane Lee, you're on the air with the Planning Commission. Can you hear me?
Hello, Commission. Can you hear me all right?
Yes, we can. Thank you. You've got 2
Perfect.
minutes.
Hi, my name is Shane Lee, and I'm the chapter president for Glendale YIMBY. I love this project, and I urge you to approve it. First of all, everybody, happy Pride Month, and congratulations to Beth Brooks on losing her election. Well done. Secondly, this 87-unit affordable housing project is beautiful and necessary for our community. I urge you to deny the appeal and approve the project ASAP. Please do not listen to the lying NIMBYs in the room who oppose this project. That fake consultant, Tim, didn't even know the project had 2 driveways. These people are clueless. None of these people even live in Crescenta Highlands. They are all paid off by the homeowners associations and rich landlords. And many of them themselves are greedy homeowners and greedy landlords. They're not urban planners, and they do not know anything. My final point is I grew up in Crescenta Highlands. My parents would be the ones who would be, quote, at risk during a fire. But even my own parents support this project because they trust the fire marshal and they care about their neighbors. All the NIMBYs in this room should be ashamed of themselves. There's no evidence that this project is dangerous. The fire marshal and the city planning staff have already signed off on it. The gracious home builders have already conceded to the demands of the community by building an additional driveway for safe evacuations. We should trust the expert opinion of public servants over the shrieking of wealthy NIMBYs who do not know what they're talking about. The NIMBYs in this room only care about themselves. They're all real estate investors. They bought up all the homes in Crescenta Highlands, and now they seek to inflate their property values by creating housing scarcity. This is deliberate market manipulation by greedy homeowners and greedy landlords who are collaborating to fluff their investment portfolios at the expense of working-class Glendalians. Thank you. Have a good night. Approve the project.
Thank you. Next caller, please. I'm requesting everyone to give everybody a chance to say what they want to say. We gave you all each.
He was calling weird, name calling and derogatory. That's not.
That's up to him. That's up to him. Yeah. Go ahead.
Okay. Mr. Brief, you're on the air with Planning Commission. Can you hear me? Mr. Brief? Okay, I'm going to put him back on hold. Mr. Velasquez?
Yes.
All right, you're on the air with the Planning Commission. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, great. You have 2 minutes.
Sure. All right, I live in across the street from the park. I own a house, and I like to move up there, but the traffic is so bad that doing this building is just, I don't want to even think about living around here. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Patricia, you're on the air with the Planning Commission. Can you hear me? Ms. Patricia? Ms. Youssefi, can you hear me? This is Roger Kiesel. You're on the air with the Planning Commission. Can you hear me? Joseph, you're on the air with the Planning Commission. Can you hear me?
Hi, yes, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Thanks. You have 2 minutes.
Great. Yeah, thank you so much for taking my call. I'm a former resident who is looking to move back. And I originally called to support more housing, but after listening to everyone's concerns, I think I've changed my mind. It actually does sound very dangerous, so I think we should just close all the schools and remove half the residents to make sure everyone's safe. Thank you very much, and have a good night.
Thank you.
Okay. Ms. Carrie Lewin, you're on the air with the Planning Commission. Can you hear me? Carrie? Yeah. Mr. Brief, you're on the air with the Planning Commission. Can you hear me?
Yeah, you go.
Mr. Brief? Ms. Patricia, you're on the air with the Planning Commission. Can you hear me? Ms. Youssefi, you're on the air with the Planning Commission. Oh, okay. Maybe we're having connectivity issues then. Ms. Lewin? Maybe ask Shanaz.
Disconnected.
I put everybody that's left on hold, but we may have some issues with the line in the other room. No.
How many more callers do we have?
We have 3 now. I think
3 more.
Can I say one quick thing? There's a flaw in their evacuation plan. Okay.
Sure. Carrie, you're on the air with the Planning Commission. Can you hear me? Carrie?
Try that one.
Which one? Oh, yeah, let's try that one.
Can you hear me?
Oh, can you hear me?
I can. Can you hear me?
Thank you for your patience. You've got 2 minutes. You're
worries.
online with the Planning Commission.
Okay, thank you so much. I just wanted to point out that your safety element, which is attached, that you have attached to your general plan element, and your AB 747 evacuation modeling actually shows that New York and Foothill and the surrounding streets are already over capacity in your compliance. Now, remember that your models also show that we need to get to the Glendale Civic Center as an evacuation destination, and through any of the routes that we need to take to get out of our community in any direction is through a fire zone. You've just reduced La Crescenta Avenue to 1 lane, meaning we have to use only Verdugo Boulevard or the 2 freeway. So everybody coming from La Cañada, La Crescenta Unincorporated, La Crescenta Glendale Annex, possibly Tahunga, would all need to use the same evacuation routes. If we needed to go west towards Tahunga, through La Tuna Canyon, high fire zone. Towards La Cañada, high fire zone. There probably isn't any other community that is surrounded in all directions by a high fire zone. And so placing more density in an area that is already constrained to evacuate is a civic liability to the city and to the state. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, Ms. Heather Parker, you're on the air with the Planning Commission. Can you hear me?
Hi, can you hear me?
You've got 2 minutes. Yes, we can hear you.
Great, thank you. My family has lived here since 1951. I live on Los Olivos between Pennsylvania and New York Avenues, which is 3 blocks above Foothill Boulevard. My family has experienced floods, earthquakes, and fire issues between the time that my grandfather built my house here and the time now. I am, the foothills don't just include La Crescenta, it's Tahunga, La Crescenta, La Cañada, Altadena, it's the entire mountain range. We're all connected, right? So Altadena, one of my friends, his sister died because she couldn't get out of her house in Altadena, right? My best friend from college, her dad lost, I can't tell you how many people. That entire city lost everything, and it happened so fast because you think something is going to happen, all the emergency preparedness and everything that you think is going to happen doesn't happen. Kind of like in a wedding, right? You plan for the best, but there's always hiccups. That's life. That's being human, and that's what we're experiencing. So, yeah, some more housing. Yeah, happy Pride Month and all of those things, and safety, because I live here. I evacuated with my family. I have a dog. I have a mom who has dementia, and my aunt, the closest place that we would evacuate to is in Santa Monica, but we couldn't go there because there was a fire in the Palisades and they were on evacuation warning as well. So the entire area is like high fire. And for anyone saying that it isn't, please tell that to our insurance agent, because I think all of our rates have gone up. Can I get an amen?
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Mr. David Billett, you're on the air with the Planning Commission. Can you hear me? David? Ms. Patricia, you're on the air with the Planning Commission. Can you hear me? I'm going to try. Mr. Brief, you're on the air with the Planning Commission. Can you hear me?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yep, thanks.
Hello?
You're on the air with the Planning Commission. You've got 2 minutes. Thanks.
Oh yeah, hi. Okay, first of all, I'm in probably the first house you hit on the north side of New York going up the hill. Our house is constantly getting squeezed in the CAL FIRE charts, affecting our insurance agents, our insurance rates. the fact that this building is 1/4 of a mile outside of that may be one reason why they're trying to hurry, because I'm guessing it's going to be expanded into that area anytime soon, because it keeps happening. So once this gets built and it gets moved into that area, what happens? On another aspect, I know you said we should respect the other callers and talkers, and I do, but let me just say that one gentleman was kind of an idiot, because I am not an investor. I'm looking at the room right now. I know about 20 people in that room. Not a single person is a real estate investor. We are just homeowners trying to live our life the way we chose to live our lives in the foothills. And so that's my statement. Thank you very much. Bye.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Vahe Gazarian, you're on the air with the Planning Commission. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Great, you've got 2 minutes. Thanks.
I'm at the business across the street from the property, and I've been here for several years, and then just facing the property, 10, 12 hours a day, I have seen countless and countless and countless accidents happen at this intersection. I think more than the fire, I think the bigger risk is just the traffic. A lot of it due to the school. All those kids driving down, when school's out or going to school morning and afternoon. Not the best drivers, a lot of them, and just having this building there and having everybody leave that building and exiting multiple times a day, plus that, crowd of, kids coming down the street and school buses, I think is going to cause a lot more car accidents going down the road. I've been, like I said, I'm watching this intersection for many, many years, and I have countless pictures and videos of all the accidents that have occurred, some worse than others, and I just think this development is going to cause a lot of accidents, especially due to the traffic with the school being, just up the street from there. That's mainly it.
Thank you. Ms. Yosefi, you're on the air with the Planning Commission. Can you hear me?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes. Thank you for your patience. You've got 2 minutes.
Okay, great. So I have been a resident of Glendale for 30 years. I grew up here. I've lived here most of my life. I actually went to school at Clark Magnet. And I just remember, especially at the time where I was going to school there was not a lot going on. It was a sleepy town then. And fast forward almost, 15 years later, it's still a sleepy town. Yet all the way over on this side of town, still in Glendale, everything is so modernized and people have access to so much more. And I think it's time that we stop neglecting La Crescenta. We need more of the right development to make the connection between, Greater Glendale and La Crescenta more cohesive. And I think this is the right kind of development, especially when it's along Foothill Boulevard, considering it's the main and most important thoroughfare in La Crescenta and beyond in the foothills. There's a new generation of Glendale residents, especially millennials like me, who are looking for not only more housing in La Crescenta, but affordable housing, which this project includes. I mean, I even heard La Cañada is about to get potentially affordable housing. So it's about time we start to treat the Foothill Boulevard corridor as a priority and really pump some life to revitalize it. After all, it is a commercial zone, so I don't see why anyone would be in opposition of it. It's a beautiful building that will allow for wonderful people to live there versus the dilapidated property that's currently in its place. It'll also help attract new businesses into the Foothill Boulevard corridor. There will be more options for the children, for the kids, the teenagers, and seniors, everyone who lives in La Crescenta. It'll bring more into that corridor, really rejuvenate the area, and just offer more to its residents. I am in full support of this project, and I welcome others like it to help transform the area into something you'd be proud to call part of Glendale.
All right, thank
So,
you.
thank
Your 2
you.
minutes are up. Thanks. I'm going to try Mr. Billett one more time. Mr. Billett, you're on the air with the Planning Commission. Can you hear me? Ms. Patricia, you're on the air with the Planning Commission. Can you hear me? Mr. Brown, you're on the Planning Commission, or you're on the phone with the Planning Commission. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
All right, you've got 2 minutes. Thank you.
Okay, my name is Robert Brown. I live on the 1st Street north of Foothill. And with the traffic now, it can take up to at least 5 minutes to get down to Foothill Boulevard because of the traffic from in the morning and afternoon from Clark Magnet School. By putting additional load on New York at the base, just above Foothill from this new project, would just make it worse. The signal there needs to be totally adjusted. And my one question for you commissioners too, people that are going to vote on this project, have you ever actually been to the project site? It's one thing to look at those pictures that they showed, and it shows it nice, wide open and everything else. But you need to go there in person and see the project site, and you'll have a new evaluation of what your thoughts are. Thank you.
No, I just say. Thank you. Hold on. Mr. Aris Babayan, this is the Planning Commission. Can you hear me?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, you have 2 minutes.
Hi.
Thanks.
My name is Aris Babayan, and I live here in Glendale. I'm very familiar with the area, and my friends and family live nearby. And I drive down Foothill Boulevard pretty much every day. I care deeply about what happens in our community, which is why I'm calling in tonight to support this project. Quite honestly, this stretch of Foothill is severely underutilized. It's commercially zoned, yet what we have now doesn't reflect the potential of this corridor. We can't keep holding on to aging, rundown buildings forever simply because they've been there for a long time. This area is ready for thoughtful, well-designed development. We have to acknowledge the housing shortage in Glendale and the surrounding areas, desperately needing more housing, especially affordable housing. This project will provide much-needed homes for individuals and families who want to live and work here. If we don't build housing in appropriate commercially zoned areas like this, where are we going to build it? I don't have concerns about the traffic. Foothill Boulevard is a major thoroughfare and not narrow single-lane road. Its size and capacity also address any worries about emergency evacuations. This location is far more suitable than many others. Importantly, this project does not block mountain views. In fact, it maximizes them by incorporating beautiful balconies and patio spaces in the upper floors, giving residents beautiful views of the mountain we all love. Overall, this is a unique opportunity for Glendale, and we haven't seen a significant development in this area in years. This project hasn't held up long enough, and it's time to invest in our community's future and allow this thoughtful, much-needed development to move forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Michael Staubin, you're on the air with the Planning Commission. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Thank you. Can you hear me?
You've got 2 minutes.
Great, thanks. So, yeah, I live in the area. I live on Community Avenue, a little closer to the Briggs development. And I've read a lot about these projects. And so I'm making an effort to participate in these proceedings. With that said, I've read the appeal and all the documentation provided by the staff. And I feel confident that the applicant has addressed these issues of the appealing party. More importantly, I'm a little bit more sensitive to my friends that have been forced to move out of the area and out of the state because they can't afford housing in this area. I don't buy the argument that La Crescenta will be destroyed. I don't believe that people in Sacramento work with the intention of destroying our community. This feels like a doomsday mentality that never comes to fruition. I think a community is defined by the quality of its residents, not by the quantity of them. I would also ask for the people in the room that when are we going to stop saying no to every development in La Crescenta? When will we stop complaining about the homeless problem? When will we stop complaining about these developments? Will it be when our kids can't afford to buy homes in the community they grew up in? Personally, I encourage the Planning Commission to vote for this project. I'd rather see more families in our community than abandoned businesses and empty weed-covered lots. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Miss Brenda Rocha, you're on the air with the Planning Commission. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Great, you've got 2 minutes. Thank you.
All right, great. Yeah, so my name is Brenda. I've lived in Montesana most of my life. I grew up here. I was born in Verdugo Hills Hospital. I live right down the street from this project on New York. I've heard the previous comments about revitalizing the community, and I can totally see why a lot of folks think this is the way to do it. I don't believe this project is the right way to do it. I love taking walks in the neighborhood in the mornings and evenings. And ever since the larger apartments have been built on Pennsylvania a few years back, I've noticed a difference in my safety when I'm walking. I've almost gotten run over a few times from people who just treat the streets like a freeway. So I really wish this community would become more walkable, and I don't think this project will do that. I think this project, like a lot of other people have mentioned, will just make the roadways more congested. And yeah, I just don't think that's the right tone for this community. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Jean, you're on the air with the Planning Commission. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Okay.
Yes, I'm
You've
Jean
got 2
Cattleman.
minutes.
Thank you. I'm Jean Cattleman. I live on Selma Street, right across the street from where the proposed apartment buildings will be. And I think it's an atrocity that you think you could come up here and build a 5-story unit when everything else, 1 story would be bad enough, but 5 would be awful. You're going to do it next to a park that has a reservoir that's been there for years. At 8 o'clock in the morning and 3 o'clock in the morning, somebody needs to come up here and count the buses that are coming down New York Avenue. It's going to overcrowd. There's going to be 87 units, and I don't know what the cost is, but $3,500 a month is not an affordable housing. If that's what it's going to be, I don't know what the price is. And 9 units to be affordable housing is not enough if that's what you're concerned with. I completely think this is the wrong way to go to revitalize the community. And I've been I've been on this street since 1969, and you're going to ruin our community. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Billett, you're on the air with the Planning Commission. Can you hear me?
Yes, good evening.
Great. You've got 2 minutes to speak. Thank you.
Okay, well, this project is the right project in the right place. It has already been approved, designed, vetted, and approved by experienced experts in safety, engineering, and planning. Obstructing and delaying this project will only cost our city's professional time and taxpayers' money to the city of Glendale. I urge the commission to deny this appeal and let construction begin as soon as possible. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Breeth, you're on the air with the Planning Commission. Are you there?
Yes, hi.
Hi.
Sorry, I'm back.
Are you the same Mr. Breeth that we spoke with about 10 minutes ago?
I am. So if I can't speak, I understand. I just
sorry.
wanted to-
You get 2 minutes. Sorry.
Okay, great. Okay, no problem.
Thank you. Bye. Okay, we're done with phone calls.
Oh, okay, good. Thank you very much. And we just wanted to make note that staff received several letters in opposition and letters in support, and we will just acknowledge them for the record, but we are not going to read the letters anymore, so go ahead.
Sure. We received a letter from James Lloyd with California Housing Defense Fund, Chris Cornell, the Crescenta Valley Community Association, Desiree Portillo Rabinoff, George Garikian, Greg Leon, Hovik Chaloyan, Jenny Heller, Kathleen Boss, Kevin and Kathy Alter, Kevin Rhodes, Kristen Cantella, Lisa Campbell, Lisa Morris, Maria Klein, Mark Weaver. We received 2 emails from Mary Lynn Fisher, Michael Soriano, Michelle Lee, Paul Rickey, Rafi Sarkis, Rita Zobayan, Robert Babayan, Robert Konati, Sarkis Kajarian, Shahan Kimanjian, Sonia Silva, Tammy and Scott Miller, Vaz, Dara Vanessian, and Yvonne Wolf.
Thank you. And they're all going to be on file if anybody would like to take a look at them or access them. Okay, we are going to continue on with rebuttals. So I'm going to call on the applicant first. You have 5 minutes to do a rebuttal, and then we'll get the appellant 5 minutes.
Once again, Rodney Kahn. So a couple things I'd like to highlight, and then I'll turn it over to Todd. First, as we know, this is a state density bonus housing project. There's a Housing Accountability Act, and we're in a housing crisis. So when we look at this project in whole, some of the items that have come up have been traffic, reservoir, sewer, water, and fire, right? All of the different city departments have reviewed this project. It included the fire department. It included Public Works traffic engineering. It included Public Works engineering. It included Glendale Water and Power. I could go on and on and on with the different city professionals, departments that are responsible for our city that have commented on this. We have a list of comments. Most comments were standard and expressed no major concerns.
Good evening. Once again, for the record, Todd Nelson, Rand Pastor Nelson. I just wanted to supplement Rodney's comments and provide a brief additional commentary regarding the environmental site conditions and the Cortese list issue. Once again, there is a very highly specified list of databases administered by the state that constitute the Cortese list. There are 5 of them, 2 administered by DTSC and 3 administered by the State Water Board. As I mentioned in my earlier remarks, there was a prior leaking underground storage tank case on this site, which is one of the databases administered under the Cortese list umbrella. The AB 130 exemption contains a safe harbor provision for leaking underground storage tank cases that received regulatory closure from the State Water Board, the same board that administers that database, that deeming it safe, posing no human health risk, that allows the AB 130 exemption to be utilized. As the record reflects, and as Commissioner Malekian noted earlier, there was another prior case associated with this project that received a closure letter. That case is not on the Cortese list. As the appellants note, and as the appellants included in their appeal, there is a third case that is shown as open inactive. The Water Board issued a letter, which was also included in the appeal, saying that the Water Board was ready to move that to a non-case designation. Again, this case, this third case, pertaining to the auto use on the site, is not on the Cortese list of specified databases. It's not one of the 5 databases. And it is so low importance that the Regional Water Board has expressed in writing that it is interested in closing it out. All of that aside, everything having to do with this site is about to undergo a fresh, clean Phase 1 site assessment, and anything that under current regulatory standards constitutes an environmental concern has to go through the state's most rigorous review, approval, and if needed, remediation process under the preliminary endangerment assessment process, which is administered by DTSC. This is what the legislature intended to create, to facilitate the approval of housing projects on urban infill sites that meet specified criteria, but to have a backstop, to make sure that if there is prior site uses that involved potentially chemicals, petroleum products, dry cleaning chemicals, that a fresh look under current regulatory standards would be applied to the site before sampling and investigation would be done before building permits, and assurances that any risk was minimized below all applicable regulatory levels would be demonstrated with in-place building systems before issuance of a certificate of occupancy. It's belt and suspenders. The conditions of approval demonstrate that. They've even been supplemented by staff with additional conditions of approval on top of the standard AB 130 conditions. So we believe this issue is fully addressed and meets the statutory requirements. Again, we're available for any questions you might have.
I apologize, sorry. I forgot to mention one more letter that came in as the hearing started. That was from Aaron Chang. I did print those and provide copies to you. I just wanted to say that on record. I apologize.
I have one question. It was mentioned a few different times regarding potential reservoir impacts, digging to have like the subterranean structure ultimately built. I'm just curious what research was done or what coordination was done with the city to mitigate any concerns some of the residents have on that. And then secondarily, regarding the sewer improvement plan, if you could just restate the required condition whereby a developer would be upgrading some aspect of the utility infrastructure, that would also be helpful to know.
Sure. Hold on a second. Once again, for the record, Todd Nelson. Rodney mentioned earlier that all city departments had reviewed this project and provided comments that were reflected in conditions of approval as well as tracked in the city's review system. One of those is a 4-page memo from GWP Water Engineering, which identifies 4 pages of system capacity assessments and, if needed, improvements that will be required. And one of them is also a condition and a review condition identifying the adjacency or the proximity of GWP's reservoir, the developer's responsibility for verification of the clearances, GWP's review of excavation and shoring plans, and any needed structural reinforcements that are needed are to be borne by the developer. A similar review regarding sewer improvements was provided in this stack of, I can provide you with the dates.
Public Works Engineering.
Public Works Engineering, not Public Works Traffic, which is also in here. Tree review. Apologies, I didn't have this at my fingertips. Here it is. A 2-page memo by Daniel Hernandez, Director of Public Works, NIPD's requirements, drainage requirements, sewer lateral sewer capacity increase fee, driveway aprons, curb ramps, asphalt pavement, relocation, reconstruction, adjustments to all utilities, underground and overhead. So the sewer lateral connections and the sewer capacity assessment is included in these Public Works Engineering Land Development section comments.
We'll call on Ms. Fisher, the appellant, 5 minutes.
Thank you. I'll start by reading just a few excerpts from page 2 of Mr. Hodgeman's letter, talking about the Cortese list. The applicant's attorney made a point that, well, one of those 3 cases has been closed, but 2 of them are clearly open. And as to one of the cases, it says, the site was issued a no further requirements letter by the Los Angeles Regional Water Quality Control Board in 2009 with the caveat, future soil cleanup may be required as warranted by redevelopment of change of land use proposed at the site. What more serious change of land use could there be than going from a commercial site known to have used toxic substances to residential, especially one with ground floor residential? It's clear this project is on the site, is on the Cortese list. If it's on the Cortese list, the staff acknowledges it is under CEQA. There has to be an EIR. Now, please, The applicant's attorney also criticized us for using a volunteer to do our evacuation modeling. We're a group of residents. We're not professionals. Why should we have had the burden of hiring a traffic engineer, and who knows what that would cost? Why should we have been put to the burden of hiring a traffic engineer to do the study about evacuations? Why didn't the city do that? And the problem is the city departments have looked at this project in a vacuum. They've only looked at the building itself. They haven't considered the impact it will have on the community, and that impact is very serious. So I leave you with this. Having heard everything you've heard and listened to very patiently this evening, would you buy a house above Foothill on New York or on one of those cul-de-sacs off New York? Would you want someone near and dear to you to rent an apartment, especially a first-floor apartment, if this project is built without an EIR? Just think about that, and don't think about the city's quest to meet its RHNA numbers. That is an artificial construct, and it should have no bearing on your decision. Thank you very much.
No questions? No questions. Okay.
Is it questions for the appellant or no? Is it questions for the appellant or no?
To appellant or applicant?
I have a couple of questions quickly for the appellant. Yeah, thank you. So just out of curiosity, is your primary argument regarding a specific adverse impact the fact that an EIR should be conducted and that the way that it's categorized by the Water Quality Control Board is not sufficient? So is your primary legal basis for denial, like if we were to find a specific adverse impact, which is required by law, is that primarily the environmental component that's the basis of the argument?
There are two. One is the environmental, and the other is the evacuation risk in the event of an emergency, such as an Eaton-type wildfire. I can't say that one is more important than the other, because one is important to the future residents of this project if it's built on a dirty site, and the other is important to the people who already live here who would be imperiled by a wildfire. So they're both equally important.
Okay, understood. And in your opinion, is a phase one environmental assessment that's being mandated by the city, that's an insufficient way, in your opinion, to handle the environmental component?
I have to rely on our expert, who we did, with some effort, raise the money to hire, bankrupted our treasury, and he says it isn't. He says the project requires an EIR, so I have to defer to his expertise.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? Okay, no more questions. Thank you very much, everyone, for staying. We're going to go ahead and close the public hearing, and we'll deliberate. Volunteer.
All right.
Who wants to start?
Want me to start?
Sure, go ahead.
Interesting project, obviously, very unique, sensitive area. Thanks, staff, for working on this for such a long time. I know it's not an easy project, and thank you, everyone, showing up here this late, being here all. I know how important this is for you. I don't live close to that site, but I drive by it at least once or twice a day, actually, believe it or not, going between Glendale and Tahunga. So I know the area pretty well. So I heard a lot about parking issues, traffic more than half a dozen times, reservoir, sewer, hillside issue, height problem. The main thing, obviously, is still evacuation, and more than half a dozen times, and contamination. So I'd like to talk about a little bit about that Cortez lease and contamination. Our commissioner here brought it up again. Trying to understand, it was a little bit confusing information to me about the 3 cases, 1 closed, 1 almost about to close, and I forgot even what the third one was. So if they're all closed and we're moving with phase 1, it seems to me that AB 130 is applying here. But if it's still 1 open, that I'm asking the staff first, if there is an open case in Cortez list, that does disqualify AB 130. Is that correct?
So when staff analyzed this for AB 130, it's true. The Cortez list has 5 resources, as the applicant has indicated. It has the resources. While the State Water Board may have address or open cases on the site, it doesn't necessarily mean it's on the Cortez list. And I did prepare like a 2-slide presentation for you, if you would like for me to go through as to how staff analyzed this project. To speak about evacuation, our safety element was recently approved last year, in accordance to SB 747. What that did include was a evacuation analysis by Kilson. It analyzed 2 scenarios, which was the landslide or mudslide in the San Gabriels and then a wildfire mounted in the Verdugos or San Rafaels. It did acknowledge it can't be an exact scenario in the city because we're just trying to analyze any type of catastrophic event in the city. The analysis did evaluate the impact or capacity of the city's network by current year, and then also a future year by 2040, which accommodates by SCAG's projection of the city's populations. While it did show that there is going to be some areas of congestion, the purpose of that was that it can recommend strategies to increase capacity and recommendations of how do we address this so that it's more resilient. That would be through roadway management, communication, et cetera. So and that's how that, they give these, for roadway management, they give examples of making one-way roads so that evacuations can go to the places that people need to go. It could have traffic control measures, avoiding left-hand turns into areas where they don't want them to go. It also has, public outreach for the community as far as maybe with its schools or any of its organizations and so forth. But that was the whole point as far as the evacuation. If you would just allow me maybe 5 minutes, I can jump on the computer.
Sure.
I can talk about the Cortez list.
Sure.
Or the Cortez list. Roger, if you don't mind. Thank you for your patience. So this is a screenshot of the letter received from the public or the appellant. We take this to heart. So we do read this and we want to analyze and take a look at this. So what they're stating is that the property is listed in the GeoTracker, which is the State Water Board's website, which is exactly being on the listing. If you notice that it has a footnote 7. And which is this website here. So which takes you to the Cal EPA website here, and it gives you the list of data resources. That's what we're talking about. Hey, where do these resources come from? And like we said before, it would be DTSC, which is Department of Substance Control Environmental Store Database, and we talked about GeoTracker's database, which is for underground storage leakage tanks. And then we talk about specifically here, it listed out a list of cleanup site program sites on the Cortez list from the Water Board. So when you open this, bear with me, I'm gonna move this over here, and this is exactly, I'm gonna show you, I'm just opening it from here. This is the list from the Water Board on the Cortez list. There's only one list, Cortez list. And I'm gonna zoom in here. Pardon me. And I'm just going to do a simple search, right? Just for Foothill. Yes, there's property in Foothill, but this is the first one here. It shows up, and I'm going to zoom in here. This is Azusa. That's 1 of 4. I'm going to go to the next one. Once again, the other site on the Cortese list from the State Water Board is also Azusa. The third one being on Foothill, Azusa. And then the fourth one, which is also on Foothill in the city of Azusa. So when staff took a look at this letter that we received, yes, we did. We wanted to take it to heart. We wanted to take a look at this and make sure we understand what Cal EPA is saying. And what it's saying is, just because it's on the Cal EPA, on the State Water Board's list, it doesn't mean it's on the Cortese list. In other words, yes, it's not on the Cortese list. Yes, that's there's the conclusion. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you for that explanation. One other thing that I was looking at, state density bonus housing project and the CEQA requirement. This property, if I understand correctly, watching the hearing from back in March, it's by right 59 units, right? They don't need any, without any density, they can go 59 units on this project, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. So if it was for that 59 units, would we still have this full-blown EIR CEQA discussion or not?
Well, when we analyze the exact specific project, even as proposed, it doesn't require an EIR, and it would not. So the answer is no. Yeah.
Okay. So the additional 29 units, which 9 of them are very affordable, that's really the big difference here versus by right versus what we're discussing right now for this project. The 29 units is the main difference, basically, compared to by right's project.
Correct. It's the increment of by right with a density bonus. You provide a certain number of affordable units, and with those affordable units, you also are allowed an incremental above the by right.
Okay. And based on, I guess, Housing Accountability Act and density bonus law and everything, we have to find very specific findings regarding specific written that health and safety hazard issue to deny this, basically. That's what we need to find out.
Correct.
Okay. And per what I'm hearing from staff, we didn't identify anything like that.
Correct.
Okay.
That's correct, as far as the contention of hazardous sites.
Okay. That was all my questions. Thank you.
Okay, any other questions? Deliberation?
Is it possible to bring up the slide? I think it was the last slide in staff's presentation, potential denial findings by the Housing Act.
Yes. It may take me a second.
And in the meantime, I know there was some reference to it within our staff report, but I'm just curious, what was the coordination like with the fire department, and was the fire marshal involved whatsoever in staff's recommendation? I know there were a few instances where it was referenced throughout the staff report, but I'm just curious what the internal dialogue looked like, given that it is very proximate to a fire hazard zone, to be fair. So I'm just curious what that looked like.
Sure. As normal procedure with projects like this, the plans and any other applicable documents are forwarded to city departments like fire. They have the opportunity to comment on the project related to their area of expertise. So that was one way we reached out. Additionally, I reached out a couple days ago with regard to, kind of your specific question in terms of, it's close, but it's not in the zone, as well as some evacuation questions, and they weren't able to attend tonight.
Fire department's fire prevention comments were included in the Planning Commission's packet, which they had, they commented, no real major concerns, but other than it shall comply with California code and local fire amendments, fire department access plans are required to show code compliance. And generally, the way this works is if they had major concerns, or if they had requests that they need to prove that they, it would qualm or bring down, mitigate any of the concerns, they would ask for it in this request for comment. But they provide minimal comments for this project. So.
And just for everyone's information, if the site was located in the fire zone rather than being a quarter of a mile adjacent to the zone, would that have changed the barometer for any of the approval or staff recommendation?
No.
No, other than what was stated before, even if it was in a very high severity fire zone, as long as it allows it to move forward, so as long as it meets the building code or fire mitigations, it can implement by state and local codes, and then it can move forward as far as it implements those.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Just in quickly on, and from my standpoint, these 5 denial findings are sort of the baseline for my opinion on the matter. And ultimately, I think 2 through 5 are not really applicable in this case. And really the only one that it comes down to me is whether we can legally and objectively find the basis for a specific adverse impact. And I think from my perspective, that's really the primary discussion. If we can find an objective rationale for denying it based on that, and if not, then it's frankly very difficult to deny it based on how state law is written. So that's kind of how I'd like to lay the groundwork.
Okay, thank you.
One other question, actually, I forgot to ask. Staff may not know this, but I'm going to try anyway. There was a report about traffic count versus existing, and there was a comment that was made that it was less than existing. So is that existing use of auto dealership and whatever it's out there, that the traffic report had count for those trips? And
Correct.
compared that to 89 units and concluded that we have less trip per day compared to existing, what that was in traffic report?
Correct, yeah.
Okay, okay.
Commercial versus residential.
Correct, yeah, there are different trip generation for commercial versus residential.
Any other questions?
No, I'm good.
Okay.
Thank you. I'm very sympathetic to everyone here and the project that is being presented. As my colleagues have stated, that our denied basis has to be based on what is given. Unfortunately, what we're dealing with, what the state has put in front of us, what is being presented, definitely I would not be excited if I'm right next to it, but I have no way of controlling this in my position at this point. I hear that the traffic is an issue, and I heard that, you guys are being asked for upgrade for infrastructures and so forth. Well, that kind of brings me to the question that has any development has happened, because most of these developments are going to have development impact fees. And those fees are going to be used to upgrade and some of the infrastructures and so forth. So without having any development in that location, you're not able to upgrade and create some of these, avoid some of the issues that you may be facing. As I said before in the past, I based my decision based on facts. When somebody presents something in front of me, I want to have real data, real facts, not an arbitrary, not an AI generated, not something that, if I was not in a good mood, I would put in a couple of other properties into the calculation of generating the traffic impact. I would argue in this case would have been that if this property was located 10 blocks up towards the mountain or in the middle of the residential. Right now, this project is being proposed in a commercial zone, which is an allowed zone. Also, it's being developed on a property, a location that already has generated traffic, has created traffic, and brings cars in and out from that location. So the argument of, well, even the argument or the presentation was not actual correct, because half of the, or not half, but portion of the traffic was being led into Foothill rather than New York. And also, it's at the end of the New York, so it allows people to disperse in different directions rather than stopping at one point. If this was in the middle, then I would say, you know, let's consider and let's look at this. I have to rely on staff. I have to rely on our public engineering department, which does an amazing job. They do reviews of all kinds of projects, and they are aware of all the conditions in the city. So unfortunately, I am not able to accept the appeal.
Okay, good. Okay. Yeah.
I just have a very short note that I want to share. We can't get personally emotions on these projects because, you know, I live in the Northwest Glendale, and there's a major, like I think it's like 100 units going construction in my neighborhood, and I see the impact on the traffic and all the congestion that it creates. But this is something that, again, as Commissioner Trakjian and Malikian mentioned, this is a state mandate, and we have to follow what the state tells us. So I second what Mr. Malikian said.
Okay, that leaves me. I agree with everyone. With the development has gone through review of our fire, police, public works, traffic and transportation, engineering, and this is not the end of the whole thing. This is just the beginning of the entire process. It's still going to go through design review board, which will make sure that the in and out of traffic and, you know, exit and entrance to the building is not going to cause a significant impact on public health and safety. And actually, I live in the area. I'm on Boston. So we are neighbors. I cannot get very emotionally involved, and I really understand where everyone's coming from. But I have to go through the compliance with federal and state mandate, and with that, I'm just gonna ask for anyone to make a motion, if you're ready.
I can make a motion to sustain the hearing officer decision on this.
Okay.
And I'm willing to second.
Okay, no further discussion? Okay, call the roll, please.
Commissioner Trakjian,
Yes.
Commissioner Malikian,
Yes.
Commissioner Manassian,
Yes.
Commissioner Nazarian,
Yes.
and Chair Fuentes.
Yes. The
Thank you.
motion is to deny the appeal and sustain the hearing officer's decision. Thank you very much for coming.
Just remember, when it goes down there, remember what I said.
Okay, we're going to
We'll
take
take
a
a
quick
break.
recess while the room clears.
Okay, we are back in session. We're continuing on to item 7B. Please read the.
Okay, item 7B, 1601 West Mountain Street, conditional use permit case number PCUP-006-309-2026. The project description is to construct and operate a 1.815 megawatt ground mount solar photovoltaic system, utility and transmission facilities that will be located on a 2.1 acre area of a 219 acre city-owned parcel sited within Pomeroy Canyon in the southern portion of the Verdugo Mountains. The Brand Park Solar Photovoltaic System project is located in the SR Special Recreation Zone. The project includes the construction of 3,300 ground-mounted modules, or PV panels, transformers and inverters, and combiner panels extending to an approximate height of 6 feet and 6 inches. The project will be constructed above an inactive landfill that consists of a manufactured flat pad and does not involve grading. However, it is anticipated to involve minor site preparation to level the existing grade below. The project is proposed on city-owned property located above Brand Park and along the existing access road. Electrical infrastructure will be installed as an overhead run mounted on a series of new wood utility poles. And with that, I'll turn it over to the project case planner, Mr. Dennis Joe.
Okay, go ahead.
Good evening, Chair, members of the Commission. I'm going to jump right into the project's location. So panning from left to right, the project is generally located northwest Glendale and behind the Brand Park and Brand Library. The project consists of multiple city-owned parcels. Community combined, it's about 219 acres. The property location is zoned SR zone and surrounded by other SR zone properties to the north and east. And to the west, it's zoned ROS and R1R, which are single-family zones. And further west is the city of Burbank with single-family neighborhoods. South of the property is generally, like I mentioned before, was the Brand Library and Brand Park. The project scope of work takes place on a 2.1 acre portion of that 219 acre site. And once again, as described within the project description, the 2.1 acre approximate area, the scope of work will mostly take place on an inactive landfill that ceased operations circa 2010. Oops. This slide here, this is an aerial view of the site at an angle of the inactive landfill outlined in red. And the scope of work, once again, is located behind Brand Park. That scope of work area is sited between two secondary ridgelines and outside of the ridgelines, commonly called the Pomeroy Canyon. As you can see, this has been previously graded and is relatively flat. Oops, I apologize. General access to the site will be from Western Avenue driveway, and it's going to go past the ball fields, the doctor's house, and up Brand Drive, which is a paved and unpaved access road, which leads up into the Verdugos. The project proposes to construct 3,300 ground-mounted modules on the portion of this site. On this slide here, it has the aerial and the site plan of the inactive landfill. As mentioned before, no grading is involved, as the site was previously graded and relatively flat. The PV modules, or the PV panels, have a low profile. They're approximately 14 to 18 inches above the adjacent grade, which would require some minor site preparation, which in elevation view, the equipment extends up to 6 feet 6 inches. So this is just a slide of the site. Down below the site, it's the elevation of what the PV panels extending about 18 inches above grade. And then outlined in red is where the additional equipment would be. And this includes what was mentioned before, the transformers, the combiner panels, and all this right here would extend up at a height about 6 feet 6 inches. A series of utility poles ranging from 45 to 65 feet will be included. These would be constructed of wood, and this would allow the facility to feed back into the city's grid. And on the bottom left-hand corner, that's with the location of the existing electrical poles. Moving on to the CUP's findings. Overall, staff believes the project is consistent with the general plan. Utility and transmission facilities are conditionally permitted in SR zones, and and the open space land use designation. While parcels involved consist of primary and secondary ridge lines and a blue line stream, the project avoids these protected areas. And once again, I'm just emphasizing it's going to be, these panels are going to be mounted on previously graded inert inactive landfill. The open space conservation element identifies a site being located adjacent to a significant ecological area, which I'll refer as an SEA. While the project is not in an SEA, a biological resource assessment was prepared to analyze the project with a scope of work areas plus an additional 100 feet buffer area around the scope of work. And the assessment recommended conditions, which are included in tonight's draft motion, to avoid any protection of all native flora and fauna in the area. These recommended conditions are to, 1, prohibitions of vehicles, equipment storage, and material stockpiling adjacent to or bordering sensitive habitat areas. 2, a series of biological surveys shall be prepared prior to issuance of building permit to ensure compliance with applicable resource protection requirements during the appropriate seasonal periods. These would include surveys for nesting bird raptor surveys, special status wildlife surveys, the crotch bumblebee survey, and the western spadefoot toad survey. And just moving along here, in regards to the housing element, no housing is on the site or will be altered. The project does not propose to construct or demolish any housing, so therefore the housing element is not affected. In regards to the recreation element, the project avoids being constructed above existing recreational areas. The site is, once again, I'm just going to emphasizing the point, it's an inactive landfill that was previously graded. It's enclosed by a chain link fence and is inaccessible to the public. Just like any project, it's routed to various departments. While the Community Service and Parks Department did express concern, they did offer recommendations which are included within the draft motion. They've included some construction conditions such as 1, that the project should include plans to repair road and motorways during and following construction given the increased vehicle traffic to the solar array. The existing access road, paved and unpaved, at the moment are shown on the lower portions of the site here. So as I mentioned before, it is paved and unpaved. The second condition that they're recommending, the main access gate to the project, which is between the doctor's house and the Community Service Park's yard, may be barely wide enough for heavy equipment to carefully pass. The CSP is asking that the gate is being closed when they're not actively used, and they're recommending an installation of a new access gate with wider arms. Continuing CSP's conditions that they're recommending. In regards to construction traffic management and coordination, construction ingress and egress of Western Avenue entrance of the park should be coordinated with or shall be coordinated with the CSP department. And that was with the goal of minimizing potential impact on potential reservations of the baseball fields, as well as the doctor house and tea house and gazebo. They've also stated, and this is going to be one of the conditions, is number 4, the fourth one they're recommending, that all trees, regardless of species, if located on city property, they are protected, and any impact should be avoided. So they're just emphasizing any trees that may be impacted on this will be protected. The fifth one being construction management sign plan. So a sign should be posted on site for construction manager, their contact information. This post should be weatherproof and legible with a name and license of the general contractor with a 24-hour toll-free number for the project manager or the designated point contact. And this sign must be maintained throughout the duration of construction. Staff is maybe perhaps recommending at the site of the 2.1 or the inactive landfill, maybe perhaps by the access gate by the doctor's house, and perhaps maybe even one where the construction, where they take access from the street from Mountain, so that when CSP is observing some type of observance of that they would like to speak to somebody of the construction management, at least that contact information is always going to be available for them or anybody. Continuing along with consistency of the general plan, there are no historical resources documented on the site. Noise, in terms of the operation, the facility will be unmanned, with the exception, twice a year there'll be maintenance. Construction will be limited to 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. Monday through Saturday, so it's going to have to adhere to the noise ordinance of the Glendale Municipal Code. In regards to the circulation element, Mountain Street is a neighborhood collector, which distributes collector and arterial traffic to collector and arterials. And given, once again, this is an unmanned facility, maintenance has only happened twice a year, construction staging and construction material vehicles, it shall be coordinated with Public Works as far as it not being staged in public right-of-ways, and also being coordinated with community services parks. That it's not going to be an area where it's going to impact any of the park or recreational areas. Moving on to findings B and C, I'm going to combine these. The project will not be detrimental to the health, safety, general welfare, or the environment, and will not adversely affect the adjacent uses. The project doesn't introduce any new grading or retaining walls. Once again, it proposes 3,300 ground-mounted photovoltaic panels extending about, once again, 18 inches above grade. The associated equipment will be 6 feet 6 inches, resulting in a low-profile development with minimal visual impact. The site is 1,000 linear feet to the nearest residentially zoned property, as you can see on the slide here, and that property, the ROS property, is vacant. And the developed single-family zones are even beyond that. New utility poles, once again, as I mentioned in previous slides before, will extend a height of 45 to 60 feet and will be installed along the partially paved roads that will provide support of overhead electrical infrastructure. The poles will be constructed of wood, which will visually blend into the natural setting. To enhance compatibility, a condition is recommended that the transformer and combiner panels be painted a natural earth tone color to further integrate with this natural surrounding. Moving on to finding D, which is our final one, adequate public and private facilities such as utilities, landscaping, parking spaces, and traffic circulation measures will be provided. Once again, the facility is unmanned. Water, electric, sewer is not needed in the traditional sense of a commercial industrial building. The zoning code does not require minimum parking requirements for a utility and transmission facility. The 2.1 acre site where the scope of work will be providing will be, once again, behind an existing chain link fence and above an ungraded area, which drive aisles can facilitate as parking during maintenance. And the project does not propose any new landscaping, as the SR zone doesn't have any standards as far as minimum, and we wouldn't want to introduce anywhere in the area that may affect any of the natural flora fauna, which may be affect the adjacent SEA. But this concludes staff's presentation, and I am available for any questions.
Thank you. Long one. Any questions from?
Sure.
Let's start.
I'll start with an easy one. So this is city's property, and we're putting the solar. So who owns the solars again?
It's a Glendale Water Power project.
Okay.
So it's all on city property.
Okay. That clarifies it. Thank you.
Was any consideration given to undergrounding the new utility lines? I know it's likely there's a more substantial cost implication, but it just seems more like reasonable from a fire standpoint.
Well, that's a great question. As I mentioned before, it's located It's many reasons here. It's adjacent to a SEA, which is a significant ecological area. So we wouldn't want to disturb any of the areas. There is a blue line stream that goes on the side of this, which is prohibited by code to even grade into the blue line stream because there's a natural intermittent water course line that goes down the site, so we wouldn't want to disturb that. Any grading to have the underground facility, I would imagine it would hit some of these access roads as well. It may interfere with some of the recreation, but if the applicant, when they come in with their presentation, they can further enhance on that. But when you're allowed to approach the dais, you can go ahead and expand on that. But yeah, those are the mostly reasons as far as the minimal impact to the ecological area, the blue line stream, and so forth. So.
Okay.
One question. What annual electrical savings in the city are expected to realize? Are we getting any benefit from this solar panels?
I don't have the information. If you're saying, if you're talking about financial savings, perhaps maybe the applicant may have, but I wouldn't have any of the information yet.
I have one more question to follow up. Who maintains, I know you told me the city of Glendale Park, as far as the fire hazards and the maintenance, is the city handling all that stuff?
I'm going to defer to the applicant on that. Yeah.
Right.
Okay, any other? Okay, we're gonna call the applicant, Mr. Brian, who's gonna, I have 3 cards here. Brian Muirs.
Good evening. Brian Mears, Motive Energy. I am the applicant representative for GWP for this project. I appreciate, Dennis, I appreciate your thorough presentation tonight. I am available to answer questions. I guess first question that you posed regarding underground versus overground. Our first approach was going underground there, and at the advice of the biologists. And walking it with the city attorney, senior planners, everybody else, it was agreed that the overhead approach, in order to avoid potential biological areas as well as the blue line stream, that the overhead route up to the site was the most preferred approach here. As far as next question regarding savings, there's no savings. I don't think savings approach is not here. It's a generation of new power. It's harnessing the sun's energy, sending this back to the grid for the people of Glendale. So as far as savings, it could be cost per watt, could be something that you could possibly investigate, but as far as savings, there's a cost involved in producing and harnessing, but it will go back to the grid, to the users in the city of Glendale. Excuse me. And then I think the last question, if you remind me what your last question.
Maintaining.
Oh, maintenance. Maintenance, depending on how GWP approaches the final build out. And maintenance, there could be maintenance built in with my firm or with any other outside firm that provides biannual maintenance, where we come in and clean and we check all of the inverters, the modules, everything, make sure everything's operating and generating the amount of electricity that a project of this size should generate.
Thank you.
Okay.
One question. I know it says this is going to be a 1.815 megawatt system. Can you quantify just like ballpark percentage, like how much this is increasing the power capacity for the city?
I'm sorry, I'm not equipped with that information at this time. 1.1 megawatt DC power. I don't know how to quantify that in the terms that you're asking at the moment.
Okay.
Just a quick one. Estimated project or construction cost?
Cost, still to be determined. This phase of the contract was for design and getting through planning commission and CEQA clearance, and then the project would go on to a second phase with city council for cost approvals and negotiations,
Sure.
contracts.
Do you have like a estimate or ballpark
I think
figure?
Mr. Salzar could
Yes.
probably answer that.
I just
He's-
wanted to know how much.
Yeah, of course.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. Okay. Is this Stephen Weber?
Good evening. My name is Stephen Weber. About 10 years ago, in 2015, I was appointed Brand Park Ambassador. Supposed to be several ambassadors, but I was the only one that qualified. Apparently, I've never been introduced to any other ambassadors. But as such, I've been an advocate for Brand Park. I prepare an observation reports bringing out various problems with the park and also things that are to the park users' advantage. I oftentimes speak to the people that are in the park or help individuals out who are looking for a trail to hike or a route to take their mountain bikes. There's a fatal flaw that has even been discussed in this matter that really is something to consider. It's a little like not considering that the Titanic could run into an iceberg, and we have a similar problem here. But first, let's talk about a couple of other things, just real shortly. This is going to, the access road up there that he described is, I should have a pointer, I could probably help you out a little bit if I had one to use on these maps. But that picture right there will be perfect.
I'll move there, sorry.
Thank you.
That's just press the red button.
Pardon me, was it this one, or?
The one with the gate.
That one will,
This will do?
you're going through them so fast, go to the last one you showed before this one. There, stop right there.
Very good.
Let's see if I can get the red button isn't, maybe that's, oh, there it is. Okay, this is the access road right here. This is coming uphill through these zigzags. There are other routes in the park that people hike and ride their bikes on, but that is by far the most popular route that anybody uses. So I was very concerned when he showed that the power equipment was going to be right out in that area, because that's the most visible as you're going up all these routes right here. The other concern I have is right in here, they dug out a route right along here, all the way out to there and just a little bit off the screen about 20 years ago, and rechanneled the water that was coming down from right here into the area. Because the old, what they did when they built this dam, or this dump, was to put a pipe underneath, and the pipe was not of apparently sufficient size or strength, and they had to build a new one. The reason I bring this out is if they could dig a channel that would handle the water, they can also subterranean the power lines and get them out of sight. And that brings up what I was pointing out right here on this trail, if I can. Did I do that?
Yeah.
Yep. Sorry. There we go. I haven't want to use these things recently. The power poles are going to go right down through here. All this is fill. This is easy. This isn't like going through the hard rock. They can easily subterranean these power lines and get them out of sight and keep the appearance for the people that use this as much as possible. Now, I'm worried about my time, so what I mentioned was the Titanic problem, and I have an excerpt from the deed that granted the park to the city from Leslie Brand. And I've got several of them here. I'd just like to hand them out to you if I may.
Okay. Any questions for Mr. Weber?
Here is the situation. When this park was deeded to the city, Brand said that provided that this conveyance is made, oh, I'm sorry, I left a couple of you out. Did everybody have access?
Sure, you can share.
Well, you can read it, but the part that is of concern is if this said property and its uses shall be used exclusively for a public park and shall always be known as Brand Park and shall be maintained for the benefit and pleasure of the inhabitants and shall be developed and kept in as good condition of said as the best parks of a similar nature in Southern California. Recreation and the limitations. And then the last paragraph, this short one down here, provided that a breach of any of the foregoing conditions shall cause said real property to revert to L.C. Brandt and his heirs. Now, I'm an attorney, and about 10 years ago, I was kind of curious about that last little bit about the property reverting to Brandt's heirs. I'm sorry, was I? I'm sorry.
Asking if she needs a copy.
Oh, I can give her a copy. Thank you.
Okay.
This is the reason I brought up the Titanic. There were people that probably saw the Titanic leaving Great Britain saying, well, there's one ship that'll never sink. Well, I checked about 10 years ago, asked my investigator to just see what you can find out about these people on public record, if he has any heirs. We not only found out that he had heirs, not direct, they were his brother's children, but they were litigious and they were suing each other on some issues. So it's always been a concern of mine when there are non-conforming projects in the park, whether they would rise up and cause problems. And the reason I bring this up is back in 1950, I only made one copy of it, but there's an article here about that, exactly what happened. The city of Glendale was so concerned about losing the park, they actually sued for a declaratory relief from the Superior Court, and this is an article about it here. Only made one copy.
I'm going to ask you to wrap up, Mr. Weber.
Okay. I'm just bringing up this point, and the last point is lack of notice. I just saw a sign the other day, and it was only on one spot in Brand Park announcing this, and I came in. This was my major concern, was this possibility of the city getting themselves in a position where the heirs try to get the property back. But the other concerns I had is that this project could be designed to be very inconspicuous, but the way it's laid out, especially with the power equipment right there at one of the most conspicuous points, I think that needs additional consideration. Okay. So I don't believe that tonight is the right night to decide either way on this, partly because of the lack of notice and partly because of the issues I've just raised.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Okay, Ms. Beth Brooks.
Thank you. I'm glad that he came in and mentioned that. I think you will have to deny the conditional use permit because I don't think the legal findings were made at all in this presentation. Finding A requires the proposed use be consistent with the various elements and the objectives of the general plan. The open space and conservation element focuses on preserving open space, natural resources, scenic resources, wildlife habitat, and the unique character of the Verdugo Mountains. This project would convert a portion of protected open space into industrial utility infrastructure consisting of approximately 3,300 solar panels, transformers, inverters, overhead power lines, utility poles, fencing, and associated equipment. The question is not whether this project can physically fit within the SR zone. The question is whether converting open space into a utility facility is consistent with the objectives of recreation, conservation, and preservation. I do not believe the city legitimately made that finding. While a utility facility is listed as a conditionally permitted use in the SR zone, that doesn't make it automatically consistent with the general plan. If every conditionally permitted use automatically satisfied the findings, there would be no meeting. We wouldn't have this meeting. Finding B requires that the use not be detrimental to public health or safety, the general welfare, or the environment. The project is located within a very high fire hazard severity zone, which was not mentioned. While the report emphasizes that the landfill pad contains gravel and limited vegetation, that does not eliminate the risk. Utility-scale solar facilities can experience transformer failures, inverter fires, electrical faults, and arc faults. New overhead electrical infrastructure is also being introduced into a wildfire-prone environment. The report also acknowledges the presence of nesting birds, and it's got a whole list of birds, raptors, least bells, vireo, Crotch's bumblebee, western spadefoot toad. If multiple biological surveys are required before construction, then environmental impacts clearly remain an open question. I do not believe the record before you is sufficient to support finding B, especially not from the presentation. Finding C requires that the use not adversely affect or conflict with adjacent uses. The surrounding uses are open space, recreation areas, trails, wildlife habitat, Brand Park, and the Verdugo Mountains themselves. A utility-scale solar facility is not a recreational use, it is not an open space use, it is not a conservation use. Thousands of solar panels, fencing, transformers, utility equipment, up to 60-foot poles alter the character of the area and introduce industrial infrastructure into a setting that exists for recreation, conservation, and enjoyment of natural resources. I believe that this conflicts with findings A through C. D, I guess, is okay, but, and you can be sued and we can lose the park.
Okay, thank you. Okay, any questions of staff or? Somebody was going to address the issue of the cost, budget, estimate.
Yeah, good evening. I'm Brian Salazar, Business Transformation Manager for Glendale Water and Power. This is my project. I've been managing the city-owned solar projects for a number of years now. And this project is consistent with the resolution 22-125 passed in, August 16th of 2022 by City Council for GWP to adopt clean energy strategies to deliver 100% clean energy or renewable by 2035. By partially using city-owned properties to develop solar to help us reach those goals. There were a couple questions. I think one of them was underground versus overhead. So as Mr. Muirs mentioned, as well as Dennis, we did initially look at approaching this underground, and we found some of the, obstacles that were communicated earlier. In addition to this Pomeroy Canyon has pretty steep hillsides, and a lot of it's just pure granite. And so when we took our engineers out there, they were like, yeah, there's probably no way you're going to be able to get through all that granite to go underground along the roadside. And so we started exploring overhead at that point. And we do intend to install covered conductors as well as part of our wildfire mitigation plan. That's consistent with what we're already doing for wildfire. Now, as far as energy, we do expect 1.8 megawatts with this facility, which will produce about 3 million megawatt hours a year of energy, which is roughly equivalent to powering annually over 400 homes, roughly like 411 homes on average. So it's pretty significant. It would basically, the electrons that would be going into the system would be powering the homes directly below Brand landfill. And given that this is a previously used site for an aggregate landfill, we're making the best use of it. It's already been an industrialized site as a dumping ground for aggregates. There's no methane, so we don't have any of those issues that arise with a typical type of landfill. But this is a perfect opportunity to take advantage of a city-owned property to help us meet our clean energy goals. Were there any
Budget.
questions or answers that I missed out that I forgot?
Estimated.
Capacity? Cost? Oh, yeah, estimated cost. From the contractor, we initially did the PSA and the CEQA, or didn't do a full CEQA, but we did the environmental. We've spent about a year and a half, almost 2 years actually, working with our legal department as well as CDD on the environmental review. And that initial cost was about a little over $150,000. We're anticipating the construction of the solar array to be around $4 million, and then construction of the overhead distribution extension line to be roughly $1 million.
So 5.5, yeah. Any other question?
Quick question.
Okay.
Any idea of time frame? How long it's going to take if it gets approved?
Really depends on the next review process through planning, but we do anticipate to get that submitted very quickly. We have our contract almost pretty much negotiated through. So as soon as we get through this process, get council approval to award the contract, we anticipate construction soon, before the end of the fiscal year, or before the end of the calendar year, I should say.
I have a question from staff. Were you aware of this? Is this document something you've seen before, or it's first time like us?
I haven't seen, no.
Just to clarify, I got this information from the city attorney's office, and they have a copy of that grant deed in their record.
Thank you, thank you. Well, I think we need to figure this out before we can, I mean, I'm not ready to vote either way till I know about this, so, which I think it impacts my decision.
Members of the Planning Commission, I'd be happy to go back to my staff. Perhaps there's another one of my colleagues who knows something about this, but I personally do not.
Sure, but I'm assuming staff also agrees that we need to address this before we can move forward with any decision, right?
Do we need, or it's illegal?
It's up to the Planning Commission. That's
Yeah,
all I can say.
I'm not comfortable voting either way. I mean, you can still get this, but to me, if this is accurate, then there's an issue, so.
I think we're one of the approving bodies as they're going through, so maybe we can give conditions of, and just move them, if we want to consider that, being that it was a landfill. So this, probably the landfill would have triggered something in this nature if this was brought up.
So are you saying this is going to go to council, so there's an opportunity to catch that?
I think that's what we're being told, unless I'm wrong.
From my understanding, we do have GWP staff here. This would be the final approval of the conditional use permit, but I think the GWP is going to take this to city council to, and I'm going to ask you to approach the dais to confirm this, whether this is going to be the award of the contract to construct the project.
Yes, that is correct. So we intend to, once we get approval from the commission, we will proceed with city council approval to award contract for construction.
We can also have a condition regarding the grant deed being as approved or checked by legal department, so we don't have to.
Should we continue?
Yeah.
Should we continue to have
No,
city
we
attorney?
can make a decision tonight and then make this one of the conditions. If it's okay with legal department, yeah.
Yes, and I would suggest a condition, something like the excerpt, the document titled, quote, excerpt from Elsie Brand's grant deed presented during public comment shall be reviewed by the city attorney's office to verify whether it presents any legal issues that would affect the grant of the CUP.
Okay.
Something
Yeah,
like
that
that.
sounds
Is
good.
that acceptable?
Yes.
Okay.
Sounds good. Okay.
And if that occurs, would that reverse our decision?
Yes, and we can add that it would have to present no legal issues in order for the CUP to be valid, but otherwise it would void. Or perhaps it could come back to the Planning Commission.
Okay.
Okay.
Madam Chair, before opening up, as just to acknowledge the public, staff did receive a phone call, nothing in writing. I encouraged them to have it in writing, attend the meeting, but verbally I said I would still voice this, and I'm glad to, I'm given this opportunity. I did receive a phone call, had dialogue by a gentleman by the name of Michael Gerald. He just expressed general concerns of the project being an eyesore. I'm going to try to best summarize this. And I said that there's no better way than you explaining it and then writing it for yourself. He was not okay with the project. He can see the scope of work or the project from his house. He had concerns of, who is looking after the parks. If this is going to be happening in SR zone, which is special recreation, in the zone. So, and once again, this is above an area that's been previously graded. It's fenced off already fenced off because it's an inert landfill, but I thought I'd just give that acknowledgement to the community that they did come talk to me, and I said I would voice this. So thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you. Any other phone call or?
We got disconnected, but I don't see anybody. Yeah, I don't see anybody there.
Nothing? Okay.
Madam Chair, if I may. Well, first of all, I support adding the condition that was stated. Personally, I've walked the trail many times since I was a kid growing up, going to Brand Park. In its current form, it's a bit of an eyesore as is. So I don't have an issue with the solar going on the facility. As Dennis mentioned, it's already fenced off. The part that I'm personally struggling with, and I know there were different explanations that were given, is the eyesore of having 40 to 60 foot poles above grade going through a pretty heavily walkable and used area and arguably our nicest park. So I understand if it's not feasible, but I don't know if I have agreement amongst the Planning Commission. I would also request adding a condition for the applicant to use reasonable efforts to underground the utility lines or produce verifiable studies indicating that undergrounding is not feasible due to the geological foundation of the area, and present those findings to City Council when they're discussing the contract. So just my 2 cents.
Just to understand and try to see if I can support that or not, can we have the applicant explain, if we're talking undergrounding, what is the size of the trench or the conduit? How big is it? Is it 2 feet by 2 feet?
Thank you for that question. So my understanding from the engineer's analysis is it would be a pretty large trench, because I believe the size of this solar array would require, I want to say they said 5-inch conduits. So it's a pretty significant trench. So we wouldn't have the ability to bore. It would be all open trenching. And our assessment when we walked the site a number of times is there's pretty significant large slabs of granite that go from the hillside just straight down into the adjacent to the existing road.
5-inch conduit is what is needed.
Yeah.
Okay.
And, I will also add, there are power poles existing in this area. So there's the transmission lines that are owned, I think, by SCE, that run pretty close alongside this as well. Those are those huge towers you see. And then there's power lines, wood power lines that support, if you scroll down on this map, that big white spot just down right there, that's a water reservoir. There's power lines all around that support that facility as well. So it wouldn't be a new site. I understand your concern about, adding more, but there are existing power lines of different steel and wood in this area.
Okay, thank you. Yeah.
And to take into consideration too, as emphasized by the Parks Department, all trees are protected. I'm just trying to get a visual what this course line. So we do have identified blue line streams that go down the path, and it meanders kind of parallel to where this general path of this paved road goes. I did work extensively with the applicant to avoid putting these poles within 30 feet of the center line, as is prohibited by code. So we took special care to not get into these protected areas. No ridge lines, no blue line streams. We're trying to not affect any of the natural flora and fauna that might be habitat, because the area is surrounded by an SEA. But yeah, I just want to kind of take that in, mention that for your consideration.
Okay. Any question? No?
Only one consideration I want to kind of throw out there. There was some conversation about visibility and, view and actually I don't know who mentioned eyesore. I'm wondering if we can propose a consideration of planting some native trees along the perimeter to block some of the view that it may have a perspective people can see from down below. And it's a consideration. I don't know if that would be possible. I know that the height of the tree may block and defeat the solar angle, but it may be that, at some point, and that could be set once the panels are up, and if they are visible, then they can kind of block that or camouflage that with some native trees that are active around that area.
That's the way that the property is tiered. It's tiered up multiple levels. There's a fence halfway up, and then after you get to the top, there's a berm on the property that's probably
Right.
2 to 3 feet tall right there. Our solar modules, our arrays are going to be 14 inches off the ground.
Yeah,
A
and
little wrinkle height
I'm
there.
I'm aware of that. That's why I'm putting it as a consideration, just to be, cognizant of people's concern.
This view that you're looking at here is a bird's eye view. Of course, you're going to see it from a bird's eye or airplane view, but from down below and at the site itself, it's not visible to the hikers. We walked it with Jillian from the city attorney's office. We walked it with her, with Eric Kraus, senior planner, and with
Okay.
other members of GWP and biologists. We walked all the different areas, went up to the tops of the hills up here, looked out. In order to see it from the nearby trails and everything, you actually have to go very far out of your way to go to the edges, over the berms that protect it. So it truly is out of sight.
Okay.
Okay.
I hear you.
Okay.
Thank you.
We're ready to move on?
I am.
I agree with you.
Okay. No more. Go ahead.
No, that's it.
Make a motion.
Are we in agreement with adding mine, or
yeah.
Okay, then I'm okay as well.
You want to make a motion?
Sure. I'm happy to make a motion to approve, adding 2 conditions of approval. The first being with regards to the excerpt from LC Brand's grantee, just making sure that there's no compliance issue. And the second being that the applicant should use their reasonable efforts to underground the utility lines or produce verifiable studies indicating that for geological reasons, this is not possible when presenting to City Council.
Okay. Second.
Second that motion.
Roll call, please.
Commissioner Tarakian,
Yes.
Commissioner Malikian.
Yes.
Commissioner Manassian.
Yes.
Commissioner Nazarian.
Yes.
And Chair Fuentes.
Yes. Thank you very much for coming, and thank you for the patience. Okay, item 8, Community Development Department updates.
Super quick, we do not have anything on the agenda for June 17th. And then just on June 9th, our long-range planning staff, our long-range planning staff will be taking a delayed effectuation ordinance to City Council regarding SB 79, which is new state legislation regarding transit-oriented housing development. And on June 20th, the city's objective design standards for multifamily and mixed-use development in residential and commercial zones will go into effect.
Okay. And you also wanted to check on everyone's vacation. We can email you
Yeah, no, if
our
the
vacation
commissioners
schedule,
could,
so.
with summer approaching, just
an
inform us
idea.
of your availability, just so we can plan as needed for certain items that we are trying to bring forward. That's all.
Okay.
But just email me, that's fine. Thank you.
Without anything else, move to adjourn.
Really?
Adjourn. Thank you.
Okay.